hit subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bass sent you.
I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father, I have black sons. Hey man, I do what I do.
What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome everybody. Welcome to the broadcast, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat room, man. I hope you all are having a blessed and wonderful day today. I hope you all have had a great weekend. I hope you got a great week coming up, man. I appreciate the time, and I really appreciate you all coming in and hanging out with me. Big shout out to my man, Mr. 43TX, always the first up and in here. And you guys, let me know if you can hear the sound correctly. If the sound is good, we'll go ahead and get moving forward with this thing. Hit the number 1 button if the sound is A-OK. In addition to that, for my guys who are Wrench Mob, everybody who's watching, the other night I was informed that we had a lot of trolls here. I have an answer for that. Any trolls, let me know if the trolls get to trolling, because I'm gonna fix that problem right up. I have the perfect answer for that. It's an answer straight out of Kevin Samuel's playbook. Okay, so you all let me know if the trolls show up. If the trolls show up, I got something for them. But in the meantime, everybody who's chiming in from wherever you're from, man, make sure you check in. I want to give a shout out to your city, your town, your country, your state. And, I want to acknowledge you because, man, I'm going to tell you guys like this. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. It's your beautiful messages, your warm messages that keep me going, the feedback. You know, there's not enough money in this to do it, because it takes sometimes 8-9 hours just to get one broadcast ready because of the quality and time and that investigation that I put into these things. So my broadcasts are a little different than everybody else's. I really put that work in. Okay. Now, here's the thing. We're gonna do a little something different tonight. I'm gonna run this quick commercial and we're just gonna jump right back into it. You guys make sure you hit the number 1 button. Make sure you let me know that you appreciate what I'm doing. And make sure you hit the like button, man. I appreciate you guys for coming through. Just hang in there. We'll be right back in a minute. Hit the number 1 button.
I want to see you win. And I put pressure on us men to understand how we did not get our masculinity training. And we've been doing our work, okay? But now it's time for you ladies to understand you're going to have to bet on us like you want us to bet on you. I talked to several men this week. I don't just get on here and talk shit. I have men I call around the world and I ask, what do you think about this concept? Level set me. Shout out to brother Dennis Spurley. Dennis, I'm not going to get, I don't want to tell people's business, but I'm going to tell you, high value men retire their women or make them come work for them. So ladies, what is it going to take for you?
I said, here's my $250,000. I want this to air there. So I didn't have to kiss no butt. I know I wasn't. Damn sure ain't gonna put on the dress and wouldn't let my sons do it. If we don't own it, we don't have nothing to do with it. Either we're the shot callers, because we're not gonna be in, or we're not involved.
Me and Dennis go back like 2 Chainz. He graduated law school, I graduated in the boot gang. In the courtroom, I'm Uncle Luke, man. Got me banned in America, they loot me like Lupe. On the cell block, call me Luke Cage. Dog man hero, he the new beige. Cause your black ain't like my black. We built this motherfucking country off of our back.
No more money for you. You working. No more money for you. Explain
the f out of here. Shut the f up.
You run your mouth, we lazy, where you top at? You got
All right, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I hope y'all appreciate that little quick interlude. Let's go ahead and get this thing cracking, man. So, look, fam. Again, my name is Dennis Sperling, and I'd like to thank you for your time. Number one, okay. Apparently, Japanese Twitter, I should say, has discovered that Black people are the Viltrumites. We're the real life Viltrumites. Okay. Now, for people who don't know a Viltrumite, what is that? It's a fictional alien race from the comic and animated series Invincible. Okay. I know my comic book guys and anybody who you guys already know, but they look human, but they're basically built like gods: super strength, super speed, flight, durability, slow aging, the ability to survive punishment that would kill almost anybody, right? And the most famous one is Omni-Man. These people can fly through space without oxygen. So when people joke and say Black people are like real life Viltrumites, they're basically saying Black people are being imagined as physically powerful and naturally dominant and intimidating and almost superhuman. And of course, I'm going to show you guys some video footage of our response to that. So you guys hang in there and check this out, man. This is the videos footage of a lot of brothers and sisters talking about it. You guys, and it's it is what it is. But I wanted to make sure I hit this because it goes to a larger point. Check this out, okay?
Post by that Japanese dude that said that every time he sees a Black person in Japan, he begins to fear for his life. He said that he's never seen someone with such bone structure, and that the first thought that comes to his mind is, wow, I would be done inside of a few seconds. Take that however you want. So Asian people think Black people are Viltrumites. They think we are Saiyans. Do you know how weird you have to be for every time that you have an interaction with a person of a certain skin pigmentation? Your first thought is, wow, this person could literally end my existence in mere seconds. He later on uses that to excuse basically not wanting more Black people in Japan.
All right, so did you hear that part? That's the key part. So basically, it's an excuse to segue into anti-Black racism, stereotyping, etc. All right, and so that's the key part to it, and it always falls back to that. These people are dangerous by their mere existence. That's basically what that is saying. Let's continue listening to the brother.
Because, woo, we might, I don't know, fly. I need someone else to confirm this, because this actually explains so much. If you're not going to explain it, at least deny it. Because apparently, in the presence of a bunch of Asian dudes, I look like Toji. I look like Thrag. Someone explain this to me immediately. Grown man, by the way. Don't believe me? Watch this. Y'all about to make me grow out my mustache and take.
All right, so basically what this is saying is the mere presence of Black people, specifically, I'm assuming Black men, is intimidating because of our quote unquote bone structure. Somebody type bone structure in the chat room. I want somebody to type bone structure in the chat room. Now, I want you to keep in mind the history of the Japanese. The Japanese are the people who invented several forms of karate, judo. They are the progenitors and first creators of jiu-jitsu. This is where the samurai culture came from, the ninja culture came from. If you don't know anything about the Japanese, they are the only group of people in the Far East who were able to rebuff Genghis Khan and his raiders. Okay, so I want you to just think about that. These are the people who took over China, oppressed most of the South, uh, Eastern Asia, and so this is I find this interesting that they're afraid of black people by our mere presence. And again, I think it's just something we're going to dig deeper into. But there's more. There's more. Make sure you subscribe, and we'll keep listening. If you can hear it clearly, hit the one.
People are afraid of us, if it wasn't already obvious. But it's going viral on Twitter because they posting a lot of threads talking about our bone structure and them being in our presence and basically making us sound like Viltrumites. Thing is, what have we done to make y'all so scared of us like that? One of the threads, they even said, you know, they stay next to some black people and they don't cause no commotion, but they just still afraid of them. And that's just...
Now, we're not necessarily talking about foundational black Americans. However, there is a large population of black soldiers, I'm assuming because of the military bases and the United States military presence. There's, of course, a lot of Africans who come visit. Shout out to Tamara Davis. Thank you so much for being the first person to contribute to the super chat. So there is that presence. Okay, let's keep listening.
Insane. My opinion as a black man, bro, we are some of the most friendliest, smiliest people on earth until you push us. People gonna be like, oh, the crime rate, bro. Ain't no crime rate down there. It's not even enough black people down there for that to even be consistent. That's just plain racism. Most of the crime that goes...
Do you find it interesting, family, how we just stay on these people's minds now? To my knowledge, we have not knocked down anybody's buildings with any airplanes. We haven't invaded anybody's country. If you go around the world, there is no country on the planet that speaks an African dialect outside of Africa because we conquered them. Now, maybe were shipped over there against our will, but we have not conquered anybody. Okay, we've not we've not committed any acts of terrorism. We haven't done any of that, but we are just on these people's mind. The whole world wants to talk about black people. Somebody type black people in the chat room.
Goes on down there, or the people that cause commotion are Chinese people, Europeans, and Nigerians. That same instance, here come white people. Anytime somebody got something cool to say about us, here they come trying to demean us. And it's like, y'all be the same ones saying y'all are always playing victim, but got the most to say about us and then get mad when we retaliate. Thing is, bro.
Yeah, he ain't never lied. White people always take the opportunity to chime in when someone else says something. See? And this is why when you have black people amongst you who say these off-the-cuff racist things because they want to make money, just saying what white people, it's always going to be a market for black people who want the sycophants for white people when it comes. All right. Somebody said the sound is gone. No sound. All right. Give me a second. Hold on a minute. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Mic check. Is the sound back? The sound is perfect now. Okay. All right. Good to know. Okay. So where I left off at is I was explaining that your culture is what you use, what a people use to get its generations moving forward into the next generation. It is your computer programming. It's what trains children and trains, it keeps people in line so that the group of people can move forward. And so if you look at other people's ethnic, if you look at the other ethnic groups, oftentimes they'll have racial epithets. They make up racial epithets from within their culture to talk about outside racial groups. Like, for instance, the other day I mentioned the fact that Latinos commonly use the word mayate, which is a name for a beetle that is in the South, that's home in the Southwest United States and Mexico. And they call that, they use that as a derogatory slur that they direct towards Black people. White people have a whole slew of them. They have a whole slew of racial epithets. Asians have racial epithets they direct towards other. Black people have not invented any racial epithets from within our culture, and I'm talking about Black Americans, that we direct towards people. And that is because our culture is not, we're not culturally racist. In other words, it's not culture deep. Now, by contrast, we do have names for Black people who are sellouts. We call them sellouts. We call them raccoons. We call them all sorts of names, you know, because what we do is we use that to shame them out of that behavior. And I say all that to say, you know, we are on everybody's mind because everybody always is thinking about what we're doing and what we did and where we're going and how we're living. And I just find that ironic. And there's no different between those people and the Japanese. Let's continue listening to them. Remember, there's a lot of Black people who are commenting on this. I thought it was very interesting. Let's keep listening.
Level anime for Black people. Want to know why? Because Japan has realized that Black people are fucking huge and they are goddamn terrified of us. And they're on Twitter right now calling us Viltrumites. They are looking at the frames of Black people and they're like, there's no way we can compete with that. Just one punch could kill me. And they are literally calling us Viltrumites. They're making the drawings right now. As fucked up as I think that is, I'm also like, wait, let them cook. Because when Japanese people experience something that's traumatic, they make dope ass anime about it and dope ass manga. So long as you don't make my people's lips big as fucking pink and make us like extra ultra black with big ass lips and big white ass eyes, have at it, because I'm gonna be first in line to buy the mangas. I'm gonna be watching the animes. I'm gonna be giving reviews about it. Get inspired, baby. Get inspired. Yeah, we Viltrumites. We not gonna beat that allegation. We not from planet Earth. We actually from a whole nother star system. We from.
All right, I want you all to keep in mind that this is basically a stereotype because we, as Black people, we've seen enough Black people. Not only are they not Viltrumites or these ultra muscular people, we got some fat folk too. We got some skinny folk. We have our Black people come in all shapes and colors and sizes. Some are tall, some are short. And we'll accept this stereotype, won't we? We like this. We want to be intimidated. We want to be physically fit like that. But you stereotype nonetheless. It is still a stereotype based on people's perception and prejudice and fear, et cetera, et cetera. So we want to keep that in mind, okay? You definitely want to keep that in mind, that it is, despite the fact that you might like this stereotype, who wouldn't want to be, 6 feet and et cetera, et cetera. But the bottom line is it's still a stereotype, okay? So just be mindful of that. And if you want to get a good look at the Viltrumites, just Google the name. It's all over the internet. It's a very popular series. I have another couple of videos. But again, somebody type positive stereotype in the chat room. Positive stereotype. We like this, right? We like this.
Please take a look at this. The number of encounters with black people in my neighborhood is steadily increasing. Their skeletal structure and the way their muscles are built are on a completely different level from Japanese people. I'm slim, so if I got pinned down, it'd be over in seconds. I never imagined that violence from a foreigner would climb the ranks in my predictions for my own cause of death. I couldn't have pictured that even a few years ago. Things change when you least expect them to, huh? Nigga, they're talking about us like we're Saiyans or Viltrumites. A nigga is minding his business, and you're thinking about whether or not he's gonna pin you down. It's just giving straight fan fiction, like you want to be a power bottom to a 7-foot tall, chiseled black man with a peanut butter chocolate complexion and a 10-inch BBC.
I mean, I want you to think about it. I mean, somebody's worried about being pinned down and there's nothing they can do. It's a little odd, right? It's just a little bit, okay, where are you going with that? You know, where are you? What are you really trying to say here? You know, because it's getting weird. All right. It's definitely getting weird. And as you can imagine, there's some sexual undertones to go with that. And there's probably some jealousy. Okay. There's probably some jealousy associated with the idea of these massive physiques, these bone structure. Who says that? Who gets on the internet and says that? And it's always that. We hear it so commonly from white folk all the time with the Mandingo tropes, and now you hear from these other people, and I mean they are on the internet too. All right, so let's let this brother finish speaking.
This is what black people look like to the Japanese.
Yeah. These are the Viltrumites. All right, now normally they're white. They're depicted as white or whiter skin, but this is who they see us. They got the black version of the Viltramite. Boy, this is terrible. Anyway, let's keep listening.
Bro. The world is either fetishizing black people or assuming that we're such violent savages that will snap your neck if you look at us the wrong way. I'm sorry for laughing so much. It's just so stupid. About a pull out to Tokyo Lake.
Oh, subscribe.
Stand ready for my arrival, nigga.
And then you got black people all on the internet like pretending they're Viltrumites. Okay, we're gonna make this hot. This is the best marketing that the Viltrumites could have. Most of y'all don't even know what a Viltrumite is. You thought it was something you need to call Terminex about. We got Viltrumites in the attic. Somebody called the damn the Viltrumites are in the goddamn. How soon can you get somebody over here to exterminate these Viltrumites? That's what you all thought it was. What is a Viltrumite? You all saw the thumbnail that I put up, and you was like, what in the hell is a Viltrumite? What in this slap happy hell is a Viltramite? Okay, now again, the Viltrumites are supposed to be white. These are not. You got some doggone comic book nerds. They're losing their mind right now. They're losing their mind at the idea that they lost the NBA. Okay, they already lost the NFL. All right, they're barely holding on to the MLB. All right, we took tennis, we took golf back in the 90s, and now you all are taking the Viltrumites. This is a lie. How did we get out of space? How did you black people get out of space? How do y'all even know about the Viltrumites? That's the thing. Okay, and so it's some white comic book nerds right now. They pissed off. Okay, you all have taken the Viltrumites away from them. Next thing, you'll be trying to take the boys. You'll be trying to get you'll be trying to take everybody. Okay, this is the Viltrumites right here. Look at that. That look like, that's what they think you all look like. This is what they saying. You like that, don't you? Like, yeah, look at us. We look good to Afro. You be like, damn, is this like, this is what we thought Black Panther would look like. This is what we thought. But it didn't come out like that. Okay. But that's what you think. Now, so yeah, that's what they think, y'all. Look at the little Japanese people. AI is the devil. Look at the devil. I'm doing too much. Y'all need to take my AI. Somebody needs to ban me from AI. okay? Because I'm doing too much with the AI. This is too much creativity. But anyway, so this is who they think you are. This is who they think black people are. That's the Japanese. They said that you all are Viltrumites, and but I want you to listen to this lady. I found it interesting because she lives in Japan and she has an interesting take on this. So take a listen.
I am glad that these tweets are coming out. These tweets by Japanese people about black people. They're coming out and it's confirming everything that I've already believed, what they believed about us. And I spent a lot of time there. I taught there. I went to school there. I was a tourist there.
Baby, you look like you a little bit from there. I'm looking at your eyes. You look like you from there. Look like you got a little taste of Japanese in you. A little bit. That's what it looked to me. Look, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna call you look like a black Japanese. But anyway, let's keep listening.
I spent a lot of time in Japan. I have Japanese friends, and I was not safe. Like physically, I was safe for the most part.
You bigger than everybody over there, baby. You know those men are like barely 5 feet tall. You bigger. What you mean? You safe? You definitely safe. Okay, you safe.
But emotionally, there were just times where I was treated like an alien. Treated so unhuman. Like, it used to really bother me because I experienced racism in the States. But it's almost like, well, you're black, you're going to experience racism in the States. But it's just...
I mean, it could have just been you're a foreigner, all right? And clearly you're a foreigner because you don't look like them. So I don't want to just say everything you experience is racism, even though we know Japanese have a history of being pretty mean. We know what they did to the Chinese during World War II. Don't want to talk about it. That's another subject, but let's keep listening.
How anti-black every places around the world, it seems. Like, this is going to be the way I have to travel for the rest of my life. I have to be concerned, how are they going to treat black people? How do they feel about black people? Like, it's so exhausting, it's so unfair. It's like, we're just humans. Like, we're just humans.
No, we are Viltrumites, baby. We like being Viltrumites. Hold on, let me go back. They say this is us. They scared us. Look at that. Y'all like that. I know you do. You get a thrill out of it. Look, let me go back to what the Viltrumites look like. That's what they say we look. Y'all like that. I know you do. That gives you a bit of a thrill. But see, here's the problem. The problem is, family, and let's get back to the serious business at hand, because I like to have serious conversations, and I'll take this to get y'all in here. But again, let me say it like this. We can kind of joke about this. It's kind of funny, right? Because on the surface, it's funny, and I mean, apparently, we're walking through Tokyo, built like Omni-Man, a black Omni-Man, and his cousins, and superhuman genetics, and ancestral trauma, and fresh passport, and they just see us as these aliens, all right? But see, underneath the joke is something much older and much darker. It's the global habit of looking at black people, especially black men, as something other than ordinary human beings, not just as men, not just as dads, not just as husbands, not just as citizens, but as physical specimens, threats even, our mere bodies are, problems to be feared or controlled or mocked or copied or desired or resented all at the same time. And here's where people are going to get uncomfortable. You see, part of the reason these stereotypes stick is because there's a visible physical difference that other people notice, okay? And it's not mythology. We are some big, strong people. And there's research in human physiology and body composition showing that in certain populations amongst black people, especially black American men, We've been measured as much higher average lean body mass, higher bone mineral density, greater cortical backbone thickness, and differences in muscle distribution compared to European Americans, male participants. I mean, I tell you guys all the time, like, and I got some video footage of me flipping. I'm doing jujitsu, and I'm flipping the grown man over like he's a baby. And let me show you. Let me show y'all this video footage. My wife was actually recording me rolling, doing jujitsu, and this is just normal stuff that I can do. But when other people see that, it's not normal. Okay, so I'm gonna show y'all this, and I'm gonna get back to. I don't want to be here all day with it, but this is me rolling at my jujitsu place, and that's me on dude is trying to put me in a triangle, and I just grab him and flip him over like a baby. That's a grown 200-pound man that I just flipped over like a baby like that. And I've tested my had my bone structure tested, and my bone density is off the chart. And it's not like I've done anything else other than be a black man. So I get it. And at my size and weight and girth, when I walk in the room, I'm noticed. And so I can imagine if you're a 5'2" Japanese and you got this 6'4", 6'5" black man who's 306 pounds and mobile and quick and agile, it's shocking. Okay. But for the most part, especially here in Texas, I mean, I'm about average, right? Shout out to all my fellow Texans, all these big country folk. And here's another thing. It's a black belt that I rode with him. He's a brother from Oklahoma, and he's about 48. He's bigger than me. So I'm like, I like rolling with him because that's the only time I don't have to hold back. You see what I mean? So, and both of us are black Americans. We same genetics. So I understand where these little tiny folks are coming from. I guess if I saw me and him, I have my purple belt. He has his black belt. He's 6'6". I'm about 6'4". He's about 325. I'm about 305. I can see how some little small people would be like, this is not something I can do. I'm just gonna go ahead and put my little belt up, ease on to the house. Okay, I'm not about to play these games with this situation. I get that, and I guess it could be intimidating. But again, that doesn't mean every black man is stronger than every non-black man. That's not what that means. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that we're superhuman. That's not what that means either. It doesn't mean that and look, well, it definitely doesn't mean that we should just be reduced to our bodies. I'm an intelligent, hardworking father. I like cats. I have a garden that I like to tend to. You see what I'm saying? But we reduce just to our size. And I guess, that's objectification like nothing else. Our size, our skin color, etc. Now, I would assume that if I was a white boy, I'd be like, oh, yeah, oh, my God. They treat me like I was some sort of god that just came back home. But because of, who I am and how I look and the color of my skin, people assume that they should be afraid. Okay? But what it does mean is this. The world has long noticed black male physicality. And I'm sure, of course, they refer to women, too, because they're looking at the women like, damn, they big, too, strong, too. But instead of simply acknowledging human variation like grown people, societies have often turned it into fear, fetish, jealousy, propaganda, and racial hostility. And that's why black men we can be admired and hated at the same time. And that's why I, especially as a very big, tall black man, I have to act in a certain way. And I tell my sons all the time. I tell my wife all the time. She's a little petite woman. I say my experience in the world, even at jiu-jitsu, is far different than yours. You don't understand. We have to be mindful, because remember, in those sort of combat sports, You know, we can't be all wild and super. You can't do it. You know, you get demonized, you know, real quick. You know, but bottom line is, you know, we're desired and demonized at the same time. Our bodies become entertainment when they're useful and intimidating, when they're inconvenient and disposable, when power decides we're a threat. So yes, Viltramite, that joke is funny, but the history behind it is not. And because what looks like a meme is really attached to a much older racial imagination, one that's followed Black people from slavery to colonialism, sports to policing to media to immigration, and now all the way to a Zara store in Tokyo. All right. And so you guys may know where we're going this. And so again, we talked about positive stereotypes. We like the idea of being Viltrumites, right? And for anybody who's a creative speller, go ahead and try to spell Viltramite. The first person who can spell Viltramite correctly, I'm gonna come back in here and give you a wrench. If you can spell Viltramite correctly, okay, I'll give you a wrench. This first wrench I passed out in a while. If you can spell it right, I'll give you a wrench. But again, like I said, there's other stereotypes we don't like, right? That brings me to a very disturbing viral incident involving a Black woman. Okay, well, let me correct that. She refers to herself as a Nigerian American. Well, all my Nigerians at, all y'all Nigerians, we are not Black American. I want you to come in here because I want you to get every bit of this. I want you to check this out. This is for you, okay? Because when y'all, you know, you all have a lot to say about Black Americans and how we have no culture and all these mean things you all say. And in fact, y'all say a lot about a lot of people. And I don't want to, I got another broadcast we're going to talk about sometime later on this week. But I want you all to check this out. Hit the number 1 button if you can hear it clearly. Fair use.
Do not call me a nigga. We don't fucking care who you are. No, I am a Nigerian American. Do not call me a nigga. Go try that. We don't fucking care.
All right. I want y'all to listen to this, and I know YouTube is probably going to give me a hard. Somebody type family friendly in the chat room. Family friendly, family friendly, family friendly. All right. Keep
listening. Try your stuff. She said, you bitch, you should have stood over here. And I said, nobody told me this. And then she proceeded to call me a nigger. This is not a fucking unit. Go try your stuff or not. But you called me a nigger, you called me a bitch. I wanted to call you a nigger because I wanted to.
Yeah. All right. So did y'all hear that? Did you get all of that? Do I need to run it back? I don't want to run it back. I don't want to get demonetized. I'm trying to get to 100,000. So that's the last thing I do is want to get my little YouTube thing messed up when I'm almost about to get my plaque. All right, but you saw that, okay? And let me run back what you saw, because I want to, you know, it's not just about, you know, what was said, it's kind of understanding the whole situation. So again, this is a Nigerian American woman. She's not just Black. She doesn't want to be confused with us Black Americans. You know, it's a Katas. Wouldn't want to do that to her, okay? But according to the video, she was inside a Zara store when a confrontation broke out. And she was allegedly called the N-word. Somebody type allegedly. And it seemed to me like she was. We can confirm that she was called the N-word, but allegedly, because we don't want to get Uncle D sued for defamation with that at all. But so we'll say allegedly. But anyway, this happened in Japan, Tokyo. And this moment was captured on video that I just showed you in a very heated exchange. It escalated with the accused Japanese woman refusing to apologize. She said, I'm not apologizing. Okay. And she dismissed the situation entirely. The clip spread rapidly across social media. It sparked some outrage. I don't know why. What are you going to do about it? You going to go to Japan? Who's going to go to Japan and fight with that woman because she called a Nigerian American? Somebody type Nigerian American. That wasn't a Black woman. That was a Nigerian American. She called a Nigerian American woman the N-word. And whatever the confrontation, it was something minor, like positioning near the mirror, who was in line, and before it got all racial. Now, the uncertainty. Look, we saw a black woman in Tokyo, right? We heard the N-word, and immediately the clip turned into this global racial debate, and people framed it as proof the Japanese are anti-blackness. Okay. In other words, the woman, the Japanese woman, we heard it. I mean, what do we need to argue about? What is it? What do we need to argue about? All right. But while everybody was arguing about the exact identity of the accused woman, the bigger point was sitting right in plain sight. When anti-blackness shows up, it doesn't always pause to verify your nationality, does it? Your ethnic group, your passport, your tribe, your family history, or your preferred identity label. All right. So here's the thing I want you also to understand, and I want you to listen to this very carefully. Let's take a listen. Where's one again?
Nigger. Do not call me a nigger.
We don't fucking care who you are.
No, I am a Nigerian American. Do not call me a nigger.
Don't call me an N-word. You do not call me an N-word. I am a Nigerian American. Okay? All right. And so the irony is that the first response was to identify herself as a Nigerian American. In other words, hey, I can't be an N-word because I'm a Nigerian American. That Nigerian American is reserved for those FBAs over there. Okay, like that little Japanese woman had a distinction, like that distinction of being a Nigerian American is supposed to mean something to that Japanese woman who called it an N-word. And see, that's what a wake-up call looks like. Because in America, you have a lot of African immigrants and their children. They've been comfortable separating themselves from foundational Black Americans. So, they don't see themselves as the same as Black Americans. And some look down on us, right? And again, it's true. Tell me where I'm not telling y'all exactly what you all already know to be true, all right? They look down on Black Americans. They call us, they try to throw that Akata word on us, which means a homeless bush cat. Okay, we homeless bush cat, and the truth is, we're at home and they're over here in our home. So who's really homeless? Who's really not in their hometown and home country? And the truth is, that is the term that Nigerians and people in Africa and of the Yoruba tribe use to describe the Africans who went away to and came back. They say you're homeless. Okay, so again, I find it ironic because, here they are. They want to look down at us as, oh, you're former slaves, et cetera, et cetera. You all are N-words. And they forget that the legal, civil, educational, housing, employment, and political opportunities they enjoy in America were created through the blood, lawsuits, marches, boycotts, organizing, and sacrifices of foundational Black Americans. But that woman in Tokyo didn't care, did she? She didn't care about none of that. She didn't stop and say, oh, wait, are you a Nigerian? Are you a Ghanaian? Are you Caribbean? Because by gosh, I must get the right epithet. I can't just misracial epithet you. That would be atrocious. So she just hit it with the hard N, the hard NR, the ER. You understand what I'm saying? So, fam, she didn't ask if she was Afro-Latina. She didn't ask if she was a foundational Black American. She just went ahead and saw that black skin and hit her with the racial epithet, the N-word. She didn't care if she was from Lagos or Atlanta, did she? None of that mattered, right? It didn't matter if she was from Houston, Toronto. She saw a Black woman and she reached for the language of anti-Blackness and acted accordingly. And that's the part people don't want to sit with. You can spend all day drawing internal lines inside of the Black world, but outside of that world, and I'm talking to you Africans and Caribbeans because Black Americans already know this. This is why we say It doesn't matter how much money you are, you still black. How much fame you are, you still black. But again, that's the part that black people in the diaspora need to sit with. Okay. See, you know, to them, black is black, especially when they want to insult you. All right. Now, they might draw varying degrees between us when it's convenient. Oh, we don't like those Nigerians. You black Americans, okay, but not really. Okay. Now, Foundation of Black Americans, well, let me say it like this. We don't mean, I'm not saying that we all have the same history. Okay. We don't. All right. Foundation of Black Americans don't have the same history as Jamaicans, Haitians. We don't have the same history as Ghanaians. We don't have the same history. We're different people, different history, different lived experiences. But the bottom line is that foreigner didn't know that. And again, the idea that this you know, Nigerian American woman was offended, it seemed more about being referred to as an N-word, because it sounds to me like she her whole life thought that she was better than us. Okay. And again, those distinctions between individuals, it matters. But what this moment shows is that anti-black racism also collapses those distinctions when it wants to degrade us. It doesn't care how successful your parents were. It doesn't care about your doctorate or your accent, your passport, your immigrant story, your professional title, or your ethnic pride. When anti-blackness wants to remind you where it thinks you belongs on the social cast, it reaches for that same word. And that's why this Zara incident fits into the larger timeline. It connects to colonial racial hierarchies, because the N-word isn't just a random insult. It belongs to a global history of slavery, racial ranking, and dehumanization. It connects to media stereotypes, because black people have been exported around the world through narrow images of strength and danger and sexuality and coolness, okay, aggression, entertainment. It connects to military history, because black Americans have been very visible in Asia for generations through war and occupation and U.S. power. It connects modern tourism and immigration, because more black people are traveling and living and dating and working and studying, creating content across Asia than has ever been before. So there's a lot of contact, okay? But the bottom line is, you know, it connects to this internal black diaspora conversation that we have, okay? It connects to, you know, individual identity, true, but it also proves the point that black Americans have been trying to make for generations. And at this point, since we realize that folk don't really want to make that same point with us, we're beginning to delineate. Now, again, that doesn't mean all black people have the same history. I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is you can see for yourself. So this moment is not just about a store. It's not just about Zara. It's not just about this interaction with this woman in Tokyo. It's not even about whether the accused woman was Japanese or Chinese or Korean. The deeper issue is that black women left America, went to Asia, stood inside a global fashion store, and still ran into the same anti-black racial language that black people have been dealing with for centuries. And that's why this moment is bigger than the viral clip. It's a reminder that anti-blackness has been globalized, and that if black people are going to move globally, date globally, travel globally, work globally, and build globally, then we also have to understand global racism and how it works. See, that was her Negro wake-up call, you see? And you can run from black America all you want. You can say, I'm not them, I'm not like those black people. You can say I'm Nigerian American. You can say I'm African. You can say I'm indigenous. You can say I'm Caribbean. You can say my parents came here legally. You can say my parents worked hard. You can say I'm educated. You can say whatever you want to say, whatever internal distinction you want to make. But when anti-blackness shows up, it usually doesn't ask for your resume. It just says black. Okay. Now, the thing is, now that you've seen that clip, the question we have to ask ourselves is simple. Where do these stereotypes come from? Because moments like this don't come out of nowhere, do they? They don't just appear inside a Zara store in Tokyo or Japanese Twitter or some random viral video, do they? They don't, do they? They don't. They come from history. They come from media. They come from colonial influence. They come from military presence. They come from global stereotypes, and the way different societies have been taught to see black people. You understand what I'm saying? And let's be honest, some stereotypes about black people are ones we actually like, don't we? We do like that, don't we? We like some of these stereotypes that we get. Being strong, we like being Viltrumites. We like to be superheroes. And when people say black people are strong, athletic, and stylish, and physically impressive, and naturally gifted, and built differently, we don't always reject that. Sometimes we laugh, and we saw us laughing at that earlier, didn't we? We like that. That's something we enjoy, right? Something we lean into, sometimes we take pride in it. But the problem is that even the stereotypes we like can come with a darker side, because the same world that praises black physicality can also fear it. The same world that admires black culture can also disrespect people. And the same world that copies us can still turn around and call us racial slurs. So before we just react emotionally to what happened, we need to slow down and ask where these ideas came from and how they traveled and why they keep showing up in different languages, in different cultures, and in different places that we not even at. You understand? So what I'm gonna do is I have a couple of videos I'm gonna share with you guys. You guys are commenting on the trolls. Let them keep trolling. Let all the trolls keep trolling. I got something for them. Let the trolls keep trolling. Don't worry about the trolls, but we're gonna go ahead and let these videos roll. And if you appreciate what I'm doing and you learn something, we hadn't got to the learning good, but if you appreciate what I'm doing, show the trolls how much you appreciate what I'm doing by subscribing to the channel. Now, again, we are talking today about all of this anti-Asian, anti-black Asian hate and where it's coming from, okay? And why they worried about us, all right? And I want you guys to check this video out. Hit the #1 button. All right, where is it coming from? Somebody type where from. Okay, that's what we want to know. Where is it coming from? Check this out. This is a young lady in China.
She's following me. You see? Being
just
black
in the mall.
is so crazy. Look, guys. She's still there.
I mean, look at that.
It's so crazy.
I mean, this young lady is just walking through a shopping center. Now she's in China. They're just all fairness to the Japanese. This is what's going on in China. She's minding her business, walking through the shopping center, and you got this little Chinese lady following behind her, waiting to harass her. You see what I'm saying? And so the stereotype. Now, again, this sounds like a black American woman. And it's not a whole lot of black Americans that's over there, but what there are is a lot of Africans, et cetera, et cetera. And so, the question we have to ask ourselves is, how did they get this reputation in the first place? Let's keep listening.
I'm going to keep walking so you guys can see.
Still on. I mean, just following around, Look, she's not even doing it. She got her own personal escort following her around the doggone store, you know. And I mean, that's awkward, and it's wrong, it's awkward, etc. But it is what it is. Let's keep looking at some more videos. You guys make sure if you haven't subscribed to the channel, you go ahead and subscribe. Let's take a look at this.
People, the most hated people. Why are black people the most copied and stolen from people who don't know their identity? It's because they are God's chosen people.
Okay, we like that, right? Somebody type God's chosen people. We want to be called God's chosen people, right? We like those stereotypes. Now, I know some ungodly black people. I know some ungodly people from a lot of different ethnicities, and I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that we are we're not godlike. We love the Lord. Somebody type we love the Lord, but we have our personas non gratas along with that. But that's another stereotype, all right? But we like that, right? So just be mindful, okay? Let's take a listen to this one right here. You all hit the number one, but somebody type all in our business. Somebody type all in our business in the chat room, okay? Because we got a lot of people that have nothing to do with us, and they like to stay in our business. Now, I want you to be mindful of the fact that this woman is Japanese, and she's talking about reparations. She's Japanese, and she's talking about reparations. Okay, these people are Chinese, Japanese, and they're worried about black people's reparations.
Slavery. Francisco, they're looking to pay reparations for black people. Should Americans pay for reparations?
Why is it just for black people?
I think it's to right the wrong.
Why did Japanese people get reparations for the internment camps that they was forced to spend time in during World War II? What happened? Why is that? Why is it that you are concerned about what black people are doing and what we're getting? Are you aware of the fact that the population of Asians in this country before the Hart-Celler Act of 1965 was less than 1%? Are you aware of that? Because see, that's where the conversation should start. Because so if it wasn't for Black Americans and our fight for civil rights, most of your ancestors wouldn't be here. Matter of fact, it would be so unpleasant for you to be here, you wouldn't even want to stay. So let's be mindful of that. Okay, but let's keep listening to the lady. Let's hear her
argument. So like previous injustices such as slavery.
Is it a trial or a study?
No, I think it's just like a bill that's being proposed.
Oh, okay. There's other things in the world and in San Francisco that need to be addressed.
Do you think reparations would de-incentivize personal responsibility and hard work, or would it have positive effects?
I don't think it would have positive effects.
I wonder if it had positive effects when the American government paid the Japanese for their internment. I wonder what you were saying then. I mean, you know, I'm just asking questions because it seems like anytime black people seek to try to get reparations or justice for that internment, everybody wants to chime in. Latinos have something to say. Africans have something to say. Caribbeans have something to say. Now, what if we came over to your country, your respective countries, and start telling you what we thought and how it should be run? Now, here's a little anti-black racism. Somebody typed Viltramite. They didn't want, this lady apparently was going out with a Viltramite in China somewhere, and the little Asian dudes didn't like it. Okay, shout out to all the Asian dudes who are trying to control their women. Hit the number one button. Now, just so we read it, Asian man challenging black men who take their women while every race man can't come amongst us and take whoever they want. So generally speaking, if you guys don't know the statistics, Asian women date out more than any other group of people on the planet. Asian women, they are not loyal to their men. I mean, they are everywhere. Okay, that's what it seems like. Okay.
这是中国地盘，跟他说的。
一会儿
贼里面。全你发，全中国，美国进去。
They're just following them and harassing the couple and just giving them a hard time. They got the little theme music playing in the background, you know. So look at that.
哎呀，好幸福，好幸福。
Harassing the man. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, that right there is just crazy. But it stems from something else. I'm gonna let you check this video out because this might explain a little bit more as to why they feel the way they do. Okay, this is a video of, I guess a meme or Asian man questioning an Asian woman. This is what they're going through in their company. Take a listen.
And they're all just fucking white dudes, basically. Like, what does it say? The most basic white dude getting with a fucking, like, decent-looking Asian girl is, like, the classic thing, right? But essentially, Asian men are kind of getting bled out, and the Asian women are essentially absorbing into the white race, effectively. But I do think that's kind of fucked up that, like, Asian men are getting betrayed by their women. That's kind of insane to me. It's to, like, a crazy extent.
See that? So now what you see is you literally have, well, in that video, they talking about how the fact that you have a bunch of Asian men angry because their women are dating men of other ethnicities and they are rejecting Asian men. Okay. And so in that regard, it's pissing them off. And of course, who better to target than the black dude? Now, they probably wouldn't be just running up on white men like that. But I actually have a video where there's a long conversation that takes place between an Asian man and a white guy. I'm gonna let you guys check that video out. Y'all, this is the first part of the video, and we'll just I'll let it play a little bit and you'll get the point. Hit the number one button.
My friend told me in Singapore, whites are evil. I cannot disagree. He said whites are evil, period. I'm not saying, I didn't say that. He said that.
He said
I'm not.
But you think it.
I got a friend that says white people are evil. You see what I'm saying? That's what he said. I got a friend that says white people are evil. Check it out.
Yeah, a lot of hate for white people, so I don't know. Chicken cross. Shout out Rainbet.
Now who's gonna next? Maybe Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, one by one.
Well, so you're just naming all rich white guys.
I don't know. All these guys are involved. All white guys. No Asian men involved in this one.
Basically, he's saying that all these white dudes are PDF files. That's what he's saying. So, old Asian men, they like old black women. They say whatever's on their mind.
The Philippines, all white guys going after little girls. Then Thailand said, this is your DNA. You have DNA. That's DNA. But I can understand, yeah. Because white people, they rob the whole world. They stole the world. America, Australia, New Zealand.
You see what he's saying? He said white people, they robbed the world. White people, they stole. He said they stole the whole world. Not the whole world. They stole the whole world. Damn, that's a lot of stealing. But this is somebody speaking their mind in their own country. So this is the perspective that they have. Let's keep listening.
In India, they're robbers. Jamaica, or they're thieves, Now they're coming here and stealing Asian girls now. Bullshit. No respect.
So you just had a bad experience with...
Come on, I'm telling
with white people in general.
What you see around the world, you don't deny that. Demand. Jeffrey Epstein set up the sex island. Why? Many whites, they love they are the pedos. That's why I set it up. Supply and system.
He said they are PDFs. That's what he said. This is what the little Asian dude is saying. They are straight up PDFs. That's what he said. I'm just saying what he's saying.
Supply, demand, and supply. Here, why white people coming?
We're not going to sit up here and say that all white men are PDFs. We're not going to say that anybody are PDFs, but that's what he's saying. I'm not going to throw that racial. I'm not going to throw that on any one group. People, you got an issue. Clearly, there's some issues in there. Okay. Clearly, this old fella, he sound like Hop Ching X over here, man. He is Hop Sing X is letting them have it, man. He'd be selling bean pies on the corner in 1965 with the brothers in the bow tie. But he has called them all sorts of names. Okay, so it's not just black people that get
one world of English. You're going out with them. That's what's fucking going on.
Oh Lord,
not only here, Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, South Korea. Here, all fucking shit going on. Asian going, not all, but they don't care about tradition. They care of fucking sex, fuck shit, bullshit. Period.
So what do you think? What do you think we can do to resolve that?
My friend told me. Period.
So what do you think? What do you think we can do to resolve that?
Respect your other culture. Don't come here to fuck Asian girl. You have to respect.
Well, I mean, dear passport, you passport bros hear that? You heard what he said? Don't come here. Don't come here messing around with these girls. Don't come over here with that. That's what you heard him say. He talking to y'all. That's what he said. Let's keep listening.
Respect Asian men, right? Asian women for.
I don't know. Chicken cross. Shout out Rainbet. Cash that one out.
They are a source of for reproduction.
Yeah.
You are interfering. Don't do that.
They're here for reproduction, and y'all messing that up. Y'all coming over here spoiling our women. Y'all over here tricking off on them. Okay, that's what you're doing. You're over here tricking and spending money on them. All right, and you got their heads all gassed up, and I can't afford to pay for it no more. That's basically what this dude is saying. I can't afford to pay for the tricking. Okay, y'all ran the prices up, so he's mad. He looked like he a little hot. He running a little hot right now because y'all done messed up his action. Okay, let's keep listening to what he's saying.
If you Asian guys going to Western culture countries got fucking white woman, I'm sure.
No, but I know some Asian dudes. I know they be doing a lot too. Okay, they're not just being saints over there. You all got your own issues, your own crime, and you have your own things. So Asian men aren't saints either. I remember what you did to the Chinese, Mr. Japanese man. I'm just saying. Let's keep listening.
You're gonna kill them, I know.
Mm-hmm.
Here, not yet kill them. Maybe sooner or later, they may be happening. You never know.
Yeah, so you don't think Asian people should date white people at all?
I disagree. It's a God's forbidden. It's a donkey going on donkey, elephant, ducks.
I mean, if this ain't the most redneck Asian man I've ever heard, I think donkey's supposed to be these things. I don't think anybody's supposed to date out the race. Damn it. I think the donkey's supposed to be with donkey and the horse is supposed to be with the horse. So, you see where he's coming from, right? So again, it's not like, and this is old school. Old school is telling you what he really thinks. Old school is telling you, this is how I feel. It is what it is. You don't have to like what I'm saying. And, at a certain point, you get old enough, you just don't care anymore. And clearly, he does not care anymore. He does not care about nothing anybody thinks. And it is what it is. Let's keep listening.
You have to respect who you are. You have to respect your color of skin. You don't fucking mixing around. And then children, they have no identity. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Now, I personally tell my children my preference for them is to date women of African descent. I tell them also that, hey, if you fall in love with a woman of another ethnicity, if you love her and she's good to you, I respect that. Again, but my preference is for my black sons to date women of African descent. Now, that I might not be as extreme as this cat, but that means Africans, Afro-Latinas, Black American, African women. That's what I'm cool with. You see what I'm saying? Because I do understand what the gentleman's saying, and I wouldn't say that, but kids oftentimes have issues. You got a white parent and a black parent. Those marriages are often always under a lot of stress, and that's because, especially black men and white women, that you got a lot of social pressure coming from families. It's not a lot of, when you go out and about, I'm sure they always have to have their head on the swivel. So there's an issue when it comes to that. And I get that. I understand that. And so it creates some issues. But again, like I say, if you find somebody that loves you and you love them and they treat you well, you got to go with that, because all you're going to do is end up regretting the fact that, man, I had a great lady or I had a great guy. And this is if she's black and he's white, I'm cool with that. If he's Hispanic and she's black, or he's white and Asian or whatever. If you like it, I love it. I say to my sons, my preference is, and it only makes sense for me to do that. It makes no sense for me as a black man to say, yeah, go out and get you one of them white girls or one of them white Latinas or something like that. I tell my sons, beautiful black women all over the planet. If you like Latinas, you can go to Colombia, you can go to Brazil. There's beautiful black Latinas down there, women of African descent. beautiful African women. You know, we'll take the melanin. We always will accept the melanin. We may not agree with the culture. We may not agree with some of their positions and stance on things, but the melanin is always going to be popping. You understand? Somebody type melanin popping in the chat room. Somebody type melanin popping in the chat room. Let's go ahead and get another video in here. And so are we moving right along. I like the progress, man. I like what we're doing. Let's take another look. I got another video. Let's go on down to India. You guys hit the #1 button. We're going to go to India.
We have a video here. This is at a school event. Everyone's Indian. This is in.
So this is now look, this guy right here. I want y'all to take a look at him. When I think Nordic, white, European, I think Viking. I don't see this guy. This guy looks like he is part Arab, part mestizo, Hispanic. He a Mexican. He does not look like, when I think of white men, right? When I think of the epitome, when I think of what blonde hair, blue eyed, this ain't it. And I've noticed that it's always the and even I got some friends in different organizations, and they'll say it's always the ones that don't even look like they are white. You know, what we would think is white. They're always the ones that are the most rare. They're always the ones holding the water, if you will. All right, but let's go ahead and listen to this. Whatever he is complaining about Indian, because he looks Indian his damn self. That's
Texas. Indian ethnic garb. They're young too. They're kids, and they have.
I just want you all to keep in mind that Texas was full of brown people. Now they might not have been these red dot Indians, but they were feather Indians before white folks show up. And the Native Americans who were there will tell you that the first white European that they encountered was a black man who came with the conquistadors. I'm just saying, since we're talking about Texas being invaded by brown people, let's not forget the history. Let's keep going.
Have a lot of kids, and there's going to be more kids. And this is a Texas. Don't mess with Texas. This is a school in Texas. Here's the.
That's another myth. Don't mess with Texas. They're currently messing with Texas. I saw some.
Here's the scene at the Dallas Apple iStore.
Apple iStore? What's it called? The Apple Store. Yeah. So this is at the Galleria Mall.
Everyone.
Apple made overseas by the Chinese. Okay,
brown and Indian and Hispanic.
America didn't used to look like this. I know some of you may have been born yesterday. Mm-hmm. America did not look anything like this.
Isn't that crazy?
Ain't that something? These folks are angry about Indian. Well, I mean, you know, you invited people in. What do you want to do? What do you think is going to happen? You don't think they're going to come? They're not supposed to. You're jealous because they're doing better than you. You're jealous because they have what you feel like you're entitled to. Okay, we get that. But you're looking too hard. So let's take a look at some more videos. You guys, this is another little Asian lady. Keep listening.
On my mind, I want to tell you guys the worst type of Asians to come across as another Asian person is people who believe, or Asian people who believe, that proximity to whiteness is greatness. Because one time I came across this girl.
Did you listen? Proximity to whiteness. And see, this is the same issue that Latinos are having right now. They thought by voting for Donald Trump, they would get some sort of stamp of approval from white folks. And they haven't realized that white people hate them more than they hate black people. Normally, we highest on the list. But apparently, based on what I've seen, because they haven't tried to round us up with ICE. And the cold part about it is the vast majority of the people who are employed by ICE are Hispanic. And I find that ironic. We come to find out that those two men who shot that citizen up in Minnesota were two Hispanic ICE agents from Texas. So you got Hispanics selling other Hispanics out and tracking Hispanics down and harassing them and beating them up and cuffing them up and separating them from their own family. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's something that we don't necessarily tolerate, you know. But again, they think by doing the white man's bidding and they'll get some sort of stamp of approval, and that's unfortunate. And the other thing is, you got to understand, is a lot of these people who put whiteness first, they have a self-hate issue. Our great leaders went a long way to help dissect that. If you go back to the Black Power movement, and I'm talking about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and I always give the Honorable Elijah Muhammad the great credit. I know we always talk about Malcolm X, and we talk about, we talk about Malcolm X, we talk about the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, we talk about all these people, but we never talk about Elijah Poole. We never talk about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, a black man from Georgia who couldn't even get past the 3rd grade. And what did he do? What did he do? He created a whole nation, the Nation of Islam. And the most important thing he did was he laid a psychological trip on black people. You got to understand, when he showed up, black people hated ourselves. We hated our skin color. We hated our hair texture. And we idolized white folks. Okay. We wanted to be white. We wanted to straighten our hair. And so in one of the things we saw them as angelic. Jesus was white, so God must have been white. And so what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did was he trained his ministers and to learn history and learn the Bible. And he hit them in their strong suit. He hit them right there in their Bible. He starts saying, not only are they not angelic, but they are devils. Okay. I just want you to understand that they did that for about 60 years. And so black people were no longer able to idolize white people, because you look foolish if you were one of the few black people left who was sitting here saying, oh yeah, white people this, white people that, we want to live next to white people. You look like an idiot. Okay, so they made it unpopular to desire anything white. That's what they did. They made it unpopular. And so guess what happened? We started looking towards ourselves. We started saying, well, hey, what are we going to do for ourselves? And that's what gave rise to what we call the Black Power movement. Okay, the Black Empowerment movement. I want you to think about that. Okay, the Black Empower movement, it happened after we came to the conclusion that we no longer want to idolize white folk. Okay, that's what we did. And from there, we began to look to our own. Now, this, of course, happened in the 19th century, early 20th century. And, look at us now and think about all we began to build. Look at the self-love. And we had a whole art in the Black Renaissance in Harlem. As soon as you start loving yourself, things go better for you. Stop running up under white people. White people don't want you up under them. Again, one of the reasons I tell my sons, hey, man, leave, get you somebody from your own ethnicity. Get you a black girl. I don't care if she's from Venezuela, Colombia, or the Dominican Republic, or Ghana, or South Africa. Get you a black woman. Get you a black woman right from Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama. We'll keep the melanin. You see what I'm saying? We will keep the melanin. All right. What we're going to do is we'll hold on to the melanin. All right. We'll work with the kids and the grandkids. All right. But the main thing is, family, that's self-hate. When you see Asian people, and we recognize it, when you see Asian people, when you see white people, when you see Latino people desiring to be white, we even got Africans now who are bleaching their skin and just idolizing white folk. White people don't even like that. When you really talk to white people, they like that. That's some sellout type stuff, man. They're annoyed by it. Everybody's annoyed by it. So y'all just keep that in mind. All right, let's go back to the video.
Girl, she's Southeast Asian and I'm Southeast Asian. And I was just so excited to meet her because there's not too many Asians in the military. And I've been deprived of, Asian people. So I was just so excited to meet her, and I was talking to her about food and stuff. And then I was talking about the difference between kateo and pho. And this girl acted like she didn't know what I was talking about. And what made it worse, she's Cambodian.
All right. So again, you know, these people are dealing with some of the same things that black folks were dealing with 100 years ago. All right. So it kind of lets you know where they stand. Right. Again, this is not something that black folks haven't dealt with. It's not something that we're unfamiliar with. We know this. We've seen this behavior. This is sellout behavior. Again, it is well documented in the black community. We understand it. We see it. We isolate it. We deal with it. Okay. This is not something. It's not something that's new to us. Okay. But a lot of these other people, they think proximity to whiteness somehow uh, gives them some sort of safety, and it just doesn't. You know, it just doesn't. It just makes them an easier target, and that's something that they're gonna have to learn the hard way. It's something that we had to learn the hard way, and now, you know, these other folks, you know, they're getting a little money. They think coming up is living around white people, and that's just crazy, man. That's just crazy. You guys hit the #1 button, man. Let's go ahead and move on to the next video. But yeah, again, that's what I tell my sons, and you know, that's the instructions that I follow in my own life. Let's go ahead and move on to the next video. Y'all make sure that you can hear it, and if you can hear it clearly, hit the #1. Now, this is an Asian comedian. Check her out. I like her, but this is a bit edgy.
Asian hate system. It starts with the Japanese. They're on top. They are the white people or the Asians. They invented. They're on top. It go down to Chinese, Korean. It keep going down. Thai. Boom. The bottom is Philippines.
So she's now talking about the internal racial caste system that exists in Asian society. Okay. I hope you all heard that, but she basically said that the Japanese are the Asian. The Japanese are the Asians of black people. Okay, that's basically what she said. She says the Japanese are the Asians, or the Japanese are the white people of black people. That's what she said. So you all check that out. Let's keep going. All right.
You can't say Philippines. You whisper like it's cancer, which is wrong. Why is the system? I think the Japanese on top is because, you know, they hate everyone. They want to kill everyone. They also want to kill themselves. They got courage. The Philippines, everybody's happy, dancing and singing, just like they are too happy. You know, they're on the bottom because they don't give a fuck.
Oh my goodness. So again, these folk, they got their own stereotypes. They got their own issues. Nothing really that we should take personal as far as black people, because this is who they are. You know, this is. They have their own racial caste system. You see what I'm saying? And if they have their own racial caste system and they disrespect each other, then you got to understand that, you know, my God, I mean, it is what it is. How do you get around that? You know, how do you, what do you do with that? Right? What do you do with that? If they're disrespectful to their own people, and you got to understand that they're going to be disrespectful to other people when it comes to racism and racial bigotry, etc. They own. I mean, it's horrible. Let's go ahead and look at the next video. You guys make sure you hit the #1 button so we can make sure it's clear. And I'm going to see if I can pull this next one up real quick. And let me know if you guys can make sure, if you haven't taken the opportunity to subscribe to the channel, go ahead and do that now. Please subscribe to the channel now. If you have not already subscribed to the channel, take the opportunity to subscribe to the channel now. I certainly would appreciate you all doing that for me right now. Okay. Again, we're trying to get to 100,000. So you guys taking the opportunity to subscribe to the channel. You know what I can do better than I can tell you. Better than I can tell you. Let me say this. I need to make sure that you all understand where I'm coming from now that we got all these people in here. All right. And I'm going to lean into it real quick. Let me go ahead and lean into it so you all understand. I need y'all to make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Let me see what my subscriptions look like. We ain't taking a break, but you all need to go ahead and, are you learning something? If you hadn't learned anything, you just hard to teach. But if you learn something, I should earn something. But in the meantime, I need y'all to make sure. Apparently, YouTube took 20 of my subscribers away for whatever reasons. I need you all to make sure you are still subscribed to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel right now. Take the time to subscribe to the channel. I'm checking to see what my subscriptions look like right now. I need you all to take the opportunity to subscribe to the channel. You'll never get another person as bold as me. I need, I need approximately 18 people to subscribe to the channel so I can get to 92,600. I need 18 people to subscribe to the channel so I can get to 92,600. Okay, so take the time and hit your little button and subscribe to the channel right now. I know you hear me. I know you hear me. I know. I'm looking at you. You right there. You with your phone like this on the side of your face. I'm looking you in the pickup, you in the truck with your phone down there listening to me in your truck. You riding across the country. Yeah, you. I need you to subscribe to the channel right now. Don't play. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead. You sitting in there ignoring your girlfriend, listening to me. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead. Everybody who have something else to do and you sat up here and decide to listen to me with your earphones on, subscribe to the channel right now. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. Yes, you. Is he talking to me? I'm talking to you. You with the shirt on. I'm talking to you right now. And I'm talking to you too, lady. I'm talking to you with the bonnet on your head. All the women with bonnets on your head. Every woman with a bonnet on her head. I need you to subscribe to the channel right now. All right, fellas. All the fellas with crusty feet. I need you to subscribe to the channel right now. I need my crusty feet crew. All the brothers that have not put lotion on their feet and they got ashy ankles. I need you to subscribe to the channel. All the white supremacists who are waiting around for me to to get the black committee to issue an official apology. I need y'all to hit the subscribe button now. Go ahead and do it. All the angry Muslims, all the angry black Muslims, I need you to come in here. I need you to subscribe. You need to hear this. You need to come on up in and hear this. I need 6 more people to subscribe to the channel right now. All you angry, come on. Come on now. Don't run from it. Don't just be happy it's not your day. Just be happy it's not your day. I'll be on them. When people die, I give them their day. Haitians, they caught hands last week. The poor Haitians, they were like, what are you doing to me? We are doing. Yeah, I caught hands. It's not your day today, baby. Subscribe to the channel today. Go ahead. We need 5 more people to subscribe to the channel, and I get back to work. I need 5 people. Out of 600-700 of y'all, I need 5 folk. You send this to a friend. Send this to your Muslim friend. He about to do his hadith. He over there, talking about don't eat pork. Don't eat pork. Send him this. Next time you say, that's why I've been eating them pork rinds in front of you right now. I didn't know. Yeah. I need 5 people. All I need is 5 people to subscribe to the channel, and we will be at 92,000. Okay, I need 4 people. Don't hate watch. You're not gonna sit up here and hate watch me. You're gonna subscribe to this channel. 3 people. I need 3 people to subscribe to the channel. I need 3 more people. Look where we at. I want y'all to see where we at. Okay? See that? See, you can't see. It's almost. I need 3 people to subscribe to the channel, and I get back to work. I got more to say. I'll talk to you. 2 people. I need 2 people. I got 92,598 people. Subscribe to the channel now. 1 person. I need 1 person to get me to 92,600, and I get back to work. I'm gonna get back to work as soon as y'all give me my 92,600 people. There we go. Praise God. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Now let's get back. Let's get back to where we at. I'd like to thank all the crusty feet people, all the ladies with bonnets on. Okay. I'd like to thank all the angry Muslims, all the white supremacists. Everybody's welcome here with Uncle D, baby. Everybody welcome to get this work. Uncle D is passing out the truth over here. I'm here to hurt your ears, make you feel bad. Yeah. Next time they tell you don't eat that pork sandwich, brother. You know you worshiping the damn racist ass religion. You got that brother-in-law trying to, yeah, man, when you gonna come down to the mob? You know you're racist, man. But anyway. All right, welcome back. I hope you all appreciate the broadcast. I hope you all appreciate that. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Help me get to 100,000. And again, if you learn something, I should earn something. I'm gonna play a couple more videos, and then we're gonna go ahead and get busy and really start learning some things. And I think you all will find some of the information tonight quite intriguing. All right. Now, I got a couple more videos. I'm gonna let them play. You guys listen to this, and I want you to generally understand this is people's perception of the Japanese from the mouth of the Japanese. Okay, let's let them play.
How did these people came to Japan in the first place? What do they give to the society? What advantage do we have to have them in my country? Tell me about it. What benefit? What do you give? Pay little tax? Don't care. Now, what do we need? We need to deport those third worlders who is living in Japan right now. It's good that the problem is not coming in. We have to get the problem out of my country. Now, what is she about to say? Tell me, where is she from? Republic of Nigeria. Oh, ho, ho.
But it seems like everywhere Nigerians go, they have a problem. I mean, it seems like everywhere the Nigerians go around the world, people don't like them. So again, we can't blame all Africans because we don't see all Africans here in the United States, but there are large groups of people who go to different places and they seem to get the common response everywhere they go. Let's keep listening.
But the world is turning against us. The world is turning against us. A country that is filled with intelligent people. Now animals, they rule now. The world is turning against us. A country that is all over the world. If you see those who are carrying first, you see those who are doing great things.
Stop. Hey, animals ruling them? What? Who the f is speaking like that? Ruling now. Really? Calm the f down, bitch.
He didn't even care, did he? You see what I'm saying? He just sat up there and just told her to come. I mean, again, notice he said third world country, and then he pulled up a photograph, a video of a black woman from Nigeria. Now, I'm not saying that they think, black Americans are any different, but they clearly know the difference between black Americans in the United States, who they would otherwise just say black or black American. They said Nigerian. So, I mean, that's just something to think about, when you all are trying to distinguish, because remember, we saw this earlier. Let's not forget the video from earlier. Okay. Remember this? This is how we started.
Tie yourself. She said, you bitch, you should have stood over here. And I said, nobody told me this, man. And then she proceeded to call me. This is not a fucking unit. Go tie your stuff or not. But you called me a nigger, you called me a bitch. I wanted to call you a nigger because I wanted to. You called me a nigger.
Yeah, and remember what she said ahead of time. She said, I'm not a what? She said, I am not. And it's family friendly. Somebody type family friendly in the chat room.
We don't fucking care who you are. No, I am a Nigerian American.
She said, I am a Nigerian American. I am not an N-word. Now, let's just be honest. When you say black American, okay, that's our term. Okay. And when you say Nigerian, okay, let's say it slow. Let's Nigerian. I mean, at the root of that word, we got a lot of similarities with that racial epithet. So my question is, who was the N-words first? All right, let's play a game. Who was the N-words first? Because see, the name didn't just come from anywhere. Okay, as they was loading us on the boat over there by the Niger River, what you think they said? Get these niggers on the boat. right? Because that's where they were. They were by the Niger River. And so we got these niggers from the Niger River. That's why we call them niggers. So you all were the N-word before we were. Okay? Now we get it. We get it. So if I know you said I'm a Nigerian American, and she was like, yeah, you are. Okay? Because at the root of the word is what? The N-word. And look, I'm just trying to figure out the etymology of this. Okay, this is we're trying to figure this out. We're trying to figure the etymology of this thing out. That's it. I'm not saying anything, but you can't run from if we are N-words over here as foundational Black Americans, then y'all got to take some of this heat too. Nigeria's got a lot of people in it. It's enough N-word to spread around. You can't be over here offended because this white woman, this Asian Japanese woman in Zara has called you the N-word. All right. Would you be offended if she called you the Niger? Huh? I'm not saying. I'm just saying. We're gonna go ahead and get back to the broadcast.
We don't fucking care. Don't try your stuff. She said you.
I don't care. Try on your stuff. I don't care.
Just sit over here, and I said nobody told me this.
Yeah.
And then she proceeded to call me.
This is not a fucking unit. Go try your stuff or not.
But you called me a nigger and you called me a bitch.
I wanted to call you a nigger because I wanted to.
I wanted to call because I wanted to. All right. It's like that lady must know judo or something like that. She has no cares to give. I mean, you see that was bold. This is in Japan, but you're over there in those people's country. And you're dealing with it in their country. What are you gonna do about it? There's nothing you can do about it, but get hands. Okay. Now, Asians and Black people have always had an interesting relationship. I want you all to check this out, and then we're gonna go ahead and get to the broadcast.
Sometimes I see Black Americans defending the United States under my video, but I'm not really sure they are real Black Americans. It could be a robot account with Black people's picture on it, such like this one. But in case some Black Americans has been brainwashed by the education system to believe they are Americans, I just want to point out something.
Now you hear this? Now this is some kind of foreign plant. Black Americans have been brainwashed to believe they're American. We are Americans. We haven't always been treated with full rights. We just got our full rights in 1965, but we are definitely Black Americans. Or we are definitely Americans. Keep listening.
Not trying to offend you. You are still second-class citizens in the United States till today, 20.
What you mean you second? We can vote. We can go where we want to go. We can drink out the white man's waterfalls. Damn, still second. I mean, who's paying you to convince us of this? And so this is the other thing, and I'm going to talk about this at some point this week. You got a lot of these foreigners who come over here, and they are literally plants from other countries like Russia, China, and they're here to stir up trouble and mess. Black Americans have always been loyal to the United States of America. The disloyalty showed up in 1965, after we started letting all these immigrants and plants and people come over. We've always, look at our leaders from the early 20th century. They were always loyal to America. We fought in all the wars. You can look at people like Frederick Douglass, a man born in slavery, and he was the one that convinced Abraham Lincoln to let Black men fight in the Civil War. So we've always been patriotic. We are just as much American. We've been here before most of these white folks got here, truth be told. So, but this is the propaganda you hear.
26. None of the crucial resource is controlled by Black family in the United States.
What do you mean crucial resources are controlled? Most of the crucial resources are not controlled by white families in the United States. It's only a few white people around the world that control the crucial resources. So again, you have a situation where this is that propaganda I'm telling you about. And you got to understand, a lot of these Chinese nationals and Chinese immigrants, they're loyal to China, and anything they can do, they're willing to do to try to undermine the United States. And if they can stir up crap in the United States amongst a population of people who are already upset, then that's what they'll do. So just be mindful of that. It's the same thing we saw Iran doing with their little videos they were popping up. Let's keep going.
All the crucial resource in the United States is controlled.
Shout out to Phu Quan.
By white families.
Okay, but that means it's a lot of Asian people and a lot of Latino people and a lot of Arab, they don't control it either. Why don't you talk to them? We are not even the majority minority anymore. Why don't y'all save this smoke for the Latinos? They're the ones with more numbers. They have 69 million people. We only have 45 million. Why are you talking to black people? Why don't you tell the Latinos that they don't control the crucial resources and the white people do? Why are you trying to get black folks in an uproar? Again, this is that outside agitator trying to get black people involved, thinking we stupid. That's what it really, they think if we can get the black people feeling oppressed and victimized and angry, they'll start rioting. We're not doing it. We're resting, just so you know. But let's keep going.
So black Americans, till today, you guys are still second-class citizens in that country.
Still trying to
you may say we have movie stars, we have superstar singer.
No, we have 100 HBCUs. We have literally thousands and thousands of church. We have 2 million millionaires. Okay, that's what we have. We are the 19th largest nation in the world when you start looking at our spending power. So don't come over here with that. We don't need none of your help. We have our own freedom fighters, philosophers, authors. We don't need any of your help. Okay, we are not going to be you're not going to do us like you do them Nigerians and those East Africans, have them coming over here committing crimes and terrorism. We are not like that. We denounce terrorism. We are 100% loyal to the United States of America. This is where we are, sir. Okay, so I don't know who you think you're talking to. Okay, but we also the most educated group, the richest group of Africans on the planet. Okay, I just want you to know that. So, you know, you can go ahead and I'm gonna let him finish speaking, but this is that propaganda. Shout out
We
to
have celebrities,
Taylor Shine.
but those are not a crucial resource to a country.
I don't like your forehead. Okay, let me tell you, I don't like your forehead, and that's one of the reasons I don't think I trust you. Okay, it seems to me anybody with an exposed hairline is somebody we got to keep an eye on. Okay, matter of fact, you one up. I'm gonna put you on the list of people that I'm gonna do a whole broadcast on this dude right here. I'm gonna do a whole broadcast on this cat right here.
So sometimes I see these black Americans defending the United States. It just makes me feel like either they are deeply brainwashed or they have been losing their mind.
Oh, we stupid. Somebody type, oh, we stupid. That's what it is. We don't know better. So the black Americans that defend the United States, is something wrong with us? We've been defending the United States since it was before it was the United States. What makes you think we're going to change? Let me say something, okay? Black people and white people, and I'm talking about foundational black Americans and heritage Americans. I mean, white people that have been here. I'm not talking about you brand new ones that just came from Ukraine or Scandinavia or wherever you came from. I'm talking about the white people that's been here since the 1700s. We have a special relationship, okay? That does not mean we goddamn get along all the time, but we have what is called an understanding, okay? They understand that, or we understand that they will mess with us and they will give us a hard time, and they understand that we'll tolerate their bullshit and we will tear this motherfucker up if they push us too hard. If you look at the fact that when Dr. Martin Luther King was assassinated, we burnt 100 cities down to the ground in the United States in the same night. Okay, there was only 200 cities in the United States at the time, and we burnt 100 of them down, and many of them still have not recovered, even now. Okay, I just want you to be mindful of that. White people know that if they get too far out of pocket, that even when, you know, the intelligent ones, the reason that they stopped trying to eliminate us by force and they gave us guns and drugs and asked us to do it to ourselves is because they realized trying to eliminate us by force was a problem for them. There's an old saying, and I'm going to share this all with you guys. There's an old African American saying, or should I say old foundational black American saying, commonly spoken in the black community, where there's maybe perhaps an intense rival and words have been exchanged, and it goes like this: you got to bring some ass to get some ass. Okay, that's how that goes. You got to bring some to get some, and what that means is you can come over here if you want to, right? And thinking you're gonna kick my ass, but you might end up your ass is gonna get kicked. Okay, that's how that works, and that is the relationship that black people have with white people in the United States. You want to know why we so aggressive? You want to know why we have the reputation that that white people like to share about us? These people are violent. These people, I mean, they're just because we have had to be violent with them and because we've whooped their ass on numerous occasions. They don't tell you about Florida. They don't tell you about the fact that they had to spend millions and millions, $20 million. This is in 1855 through 20 for 20 years. The U.S. Army was trying to go down to Florida and invade Florida and get all the runaway Negroes out of Florida who had posseed up with the Native Americans down there and was giving the U.S. Army the blues. Okay, Andrew Jackson was a soldier going down there. They just wore their ass. Excuse my language. They wore them out real tough. They just wore them out. Ran out of money. It got so bad. Abraham Lincoln, he didn't even call it. He just called it the Florida problem. The Florida problem was what was looming over his head. We got all these runaway slaves who ran down from South Carolina, Georgia. Matter of fact, they made Georgia a buffer state. Georgia was supposed to be an all-white state. In other words, we don't even want no slaves in this city. We don't, because we want a buffer between South Carolina and Florida because they got so many crazy runaway Negroes down there. They kept running back up to Georgia, running back up to South Carolina, stealing slaves, stealing black people, going down to Florida, hiding in the swamp. All right. And the thing most of you all don't know about Florida, the mosquitoes will whoop your butt in Florida. Okay. Much less some armed Negroes with muskets and rifles and guns and Native American tribe living in the swamp running Negroes. Damn, swamp running ass Negroes. Everybody know you can't outrun a black man from Florida. We all know that. Everybody know that. You want to race against a black man, an N-word, you are not going to outrun not one black man from Florida, even the fat ones. Okay, that's why they, for years, they had universities like University of Miami, University of Florida. They didn't even need to recruit outside of the state. All right, they would outrun, they would run you down. Can you imagine some U.S. Army soldiers down there trying to run through the forest of the swamps of Florida, dipping and dodging over alligators, fighting? It didn't work. Spent millions of dollars. They spent the equivalent of $600 million trying to get rid of some loose Negroes that had ran south. You understand what I'm saying? I just want y'all to be mindful of that. This is what we're dealing with. So when this cat gets on the internet and tries to tell black people we don't know what we're talking about and we second-class citizens, the thing that makes us American, the most American thing black people have done is fought for our freedom. The rest of y'all haven't put that skin in the game, right? Everybody else who came to this country, you haven't proven yourself. That's why white folks are treating you like they do. You want to know why white folks treat y'all so bad? It's because they don't think you can fight. They already know we can fight. They know we will put foot to ass. Somebody type BTA in the chat room. If somebody type BTA in the chat room, I just heard this. My son plays youth football. He's U8 through 10 football. BTA, okay, means belt to ass. Somebody type belt to ass in the chat room, okay? Belt to ass. They know that black people would put belt to ass. And that is the relationship that we have with white people in the United States. Again, I got white friends. My white friends got black friends. Okay, my other black friends got white friends. We have an understanding. Okay, I'm just trying to help you understand. So all you foreigners who come to this country, whether you from Jamaica or Kenya or Nairobi, wherever the hell you from, you are not foundational black American. You don't understand the relationship that black folk have with white folk. You don't understand why black people are the way we are, why we are quick to confront racism and bigotry. Well, he just called you an N-word. Why did you hit him? Because we understand we got to keep white people in check. Sometimes we had to hit the reset button for white folk. All right. Again, we've been living with each other for how long? Damn near 500 years. Damn near. We have a 15-year-old black child has a PhD in white folk and how to deal with them. By the time they're 15, they got a PhD in how to deal with white people. All right. If you are elder, you have mastered white folk. Okay, you are a Lord professor in dealing with white folk here in the United States. You see, and most people don't understand that. So when you come to this country from overseas, You just don't get it. You don't understand the relationship or why our culture developed. Most people don't even think black people have culture just because they don't understand it. It's a survival couple. I don't want to get too far off the subject. I'm going to let 1 or 2 more videos play and we're going to get it popping. Somebody type, shout out to Understanding in the chat room. And I'm going to actually do a whole video on this cat because this subversive behavior, this is something that we need to deal with because it's permeated the black community. And we need to deal with it. Now, again, you know, Japanese and Chinese, they're not the only racist Asians on the planet. We don't want to give them a bad name because there's some other racist Asians on the planet. And you know, we need to kind of address them a little bit because, you know, it's not something that's just germane to one group of folk. But I do want to give a shout out to this gentleman because he's doing his best to fight against it with his own child. Listen to what he has to say. Shout out to Brolic Sean.
为什么？黑人为什么是坏人呢？
Now so in case you guys are not reading fast enough, his son is saying something like, I hate black people. And dad is saying, no, you're not allowed to do that. Why do you hate black people? Okay. Now, where'd that baby get that from? I don't know. He gets it from his culture. He gets it from his people. He get it from whoever he get it from. But dad is doing his best to try not to make sure his son is not an anti-black racist. And I have to commend him on that.
谁跟你说的？我小时候说的。你小时候说的谁？你为什么会这样讲黑人是坏人呢？
You said black, and basically he said black people are people. I don't like black people. This is what the son is saying from the back seat. He said I like God's people. He said God created black and yellow. And white and brown. And albino. Why you only like yellow people? Because I am one. Because yellow people are the golden child.
不能这样子说哟，黑人也有很多 golden child 哦。
Yeah.
每一个人种都有 golden child， you know？ 还有一个。Oh, I know.
Elsie， 你喜欢黑人吗？喜欢吗？你知道黑人是我们的朋友，你懂不懂？
Black people are our friends. You understand? So this gentleman is doing his best to try to combat anti-black racism in his Asian community, and I commend him on that, and I appreciate that. And that's commendable. So we don't want to throw it out that. Throw all of them under the bus like that. Now, lately, I have seen a lot of Asians who are, you know, pandering to white people with their jokes. And this is something that I found distasteful. You can look at for yourself.
Month. Fuck Asian Heritage Month, too.
Now, we know what you wanted to say. You wanted to say F Black History Month, and now you're trying to give yourself some cover. So go ahead.
Why did they make our calendar racial? Seems like everywhere I go, they want to ask for my race. You apply for a school, what's your race? You apply for jobs, what's your race? See, where I grew up, they don't ask that question. Because we're better at keeping our bloodline pure.
Now, keep in mind, Asian men are angry because Asian women are dating out of the race more than anybody else. Okay, so you heard what the man said. You heard the old Asian man. You had the young Asian man saying a whole lot of crazy stuff, right? So let's keep listening.
So many different races to pick from under that question too. Hispanic, non-Hispanic, black, white, Pacific Islander. In Asian countries, we'll just put people into 2 categories. Asian or intruders.
So, you know, basically what she's saying is that we culturally are xenophobic. All right. And that has a lot of explanation. But see, here's the thing. Asians just don't stay at home. They come over to other places. And see, this is not something new. I want you guys to check this out. Now, this video is from the 70s. And this is about an Asian man who had a shop down in Mississippi. You guys might have saw the movie Sinners. And that's not fiction. Let's take a listen to what this is going on.
Have such a low social status that you simply can't be seen in public with them and still.
if you guys missed that, he basically said that black people have such a low social status, you can't be seen in public with them. This is what the Asian foreigner dude is saying. He's talking about black people in Mississippi. My family's from Clarksdale, Mississippi, Tutwiler, Mississippi. A lot of our families are from Mississippi. So this is who he's talking about. Let's keep listening.
Having respect.
Time to help him try to go to barber shop. That's how the American barber know he not the full-blood Chinese. They say don't cut no nigga hair.
So you hear what he said? The white man told him don't cut no N-word. I used to have a barber shop, and the white man told me don't cut no N-words hair. Let's keep listening.
Let's put that way.
Civil rights movement helped the Chinese to attain certain status among the white world, more or less. Whereas we didn't have anything gained in the black world because they didn't have nothing for us to step into.
Yeah, we didn't have anything to gain, and the civil rights movement helped us. Get the civil rights movement the black people fought for, helped them gain status, and we didn't step into the black world. In other words, we didn't unify with black people because they didn't have anything for us, so we decided to try to get our proximity to whiteness going up. You see?
Well, we didn't march. If that's what you mean. Why didn't we get out and march? And well,
how we always ask, well, where were the Asians? Where was everybody else? We didn't get out and march. We just waited around till the black people got beat up, and then we marched. This is what he's saying. Keep listening.
I guess the best answer is that I'm a coward.
He's because
my people, they think that blacks shouldn't belong with Chinese people. My people want me to marry someone of my own color so that we have our own color because of the blood.
Now, the lady you hear talking, you might think that she's black, but just keep watching.
Mix the blood up.
Mix the blood.
I don't have anything against you. I don't have anything against any color. And I was raised around black people. I'm not going to turn against black people but my people told me not to. I have my own life to live.
Considered colored, but
that was an Asian woman talking, by the way.
Considered Chinese because we only had Chinese. My father met my mother.
Look.
It was right after.
Some of you Indians, some of you Native American black people, some of y'all relatives was Chinese. Okay, some you don't know. All right, some of y'all don't know. Now, my grandmother told me a story, and she's got that picture over there to my left, your right. And she said her grandmother was black and Chinese, had hair long down her back. That's what she told me. I just like, damn, like that can't be true. I didn't even know they had Chinese people in Mississippi. And then I took a DNA test and I said, damn, okay, very interesting. All right, but let's go ahead and keep listening. And keep in mind, my grandmother is a dark brown woman. Okay. And she said her grandmother was black and Chinese. And there was no way to know back in the 1990s when she would tell that story. But, here we are. So this kind of makes sense to me. But let's keep listening.
The slaves was emancipated in the South. I don't think that they will marry black, my children. Personally, I think that Chinese people tend to, you put me on the spot.
The Chinese girl told me that she doesn't trust them. She don't like black kids. She said they don't go with her color because they think they'll steal things and they'll rob people, kidnap and all that.
They said they think they'll kill you and rob you and kidnap you.
She doesn't trust them. She don't like black kids. She said they don't go with her color because they think they'll steal things and they'll rob people, kidnap and all that. But I don't think like that. I just think like any colored people's my friends, just as long as they get along with me.
She say any colored people my friend. Any colored people my friend. That's what she say. She think. Well, bless her little heart. And so again, black people and Asians it's been a long time. They've been here, especially the Chinese. I got 1 or 2 more videos, and we're gonna get on to the broadcast.
I want to be quite frank with you here. If the British withdraw, I'm prepared to go on with the Australians and the New Zealanders, but I'm not prepared to go on with the Americans.
Why not, Mr. Prime Minister? Why do you think America...
Well, can I put it this way? I think there are highly intelligent, well-meaning often people, and some of their leaders, like Kennedy, the late president, had signs of growing greatness, depth. But, you know, by and large, the administration lacks depth and judgment or wisdom, which comes out of an accumulation of knowledge of human beings and human situations over a long period of time. That's lacking.
Now, he's basically saying, you know, we don't really, that's a Chinese speaker or leader. Basically, we don't trust the Americans. And he's not talking about black Americans, but yet black people get accused of all of these racial derogatory stereotypes. Again, we're talking about stereotypes, positive and negative. Some of you all may remember this video. Take a listen to this.
I'm going to be an unfiltered bitch for a second. I am so tired of the men in my community. Racism I've seen from Asians.
This is the comedian. If you see him on the screen, he's the one that was talking crazy about black people, talking about they should be deported. So this is an Asian woman also coming out, basically saying this does not represent all of us, ... XYZ. She can speak for herself.
Racism I've seen from East Asians, the racism I've seen from East Asian men is enough to send me into a psychosis. I do believe in putting down men like the wild dogs they are, especially when they're from my community, because they are so insufferably embarrassing. Like, I'd rather never experience an orgasm again than breathe the same air as these fucking peons.
Okay, family friendly. I need you to calm down, lady. I need you not to, mess up my monetization here on YouTube. So we're going to keep it family friendly. But again, I showed you the video earlier, and you saw the fact that you have a lot of Asian men who are upset that their Asian women are dating out. Again, the statistics show that the group of people who date out the most are Asian women. And they're talking about, very unappealing white men are able to get beautiful Asian women, and that upsets them. All right. So keep in mind that this is where a lot of the xenophobia is coming from, is sexual competition, because the Asian woman is rejecting these Asian men. So let's keep that in mind also. Okay, you Viltrumites, they don't want y'all over there. And the thing about the Viltrumites is the Viltrumites invade someone's planet, and if they determine you worthy, then they interbreed with you and breed out all of your native bloodline, and you become a superior bloodline. That's why they call you Viltrumites. They think you're gonna come over there and outbreed them. Let's keep listening to this little lady.
That was more than 1 second. Before we continue today's episode, I want to emphasize that if I say anything emasculating, it is not because they are Asian. It is because no one is exempt from small dick energy behavior. That also being said,
I don't know what you heard what she said. Maybe a little somebody type competition in the chat room. That seems to be what the issue is.
I feel like the Asian community thinks I've had my foot on too many other Asian people's necks for negative reasons. So I will shout out 3 Asian men that I do love. That's Andy, Oppa, and Nathan. Love them. Everything I have found out about Hans Kim has been against my will, but on sight, I knew that man was Korean. A lot of people have been asking me to speak up about Hans Kim and add nuance to this.
So you kind of get what she said. She said what she said. All right. Now I got a couple other things because I just want to show you, and I want to specifically let the Asians know that we know who you are. You know who you are. And while you all were sitting off, not on the bus and not on the front lines and all these sort of things, black people still try to incorporate you all. And look out for y'all. Check this out. Somebody type HBCU in the chat room. Somebody type HBCU.
Flatter white people while telling a story that was originally primarily about Black and Asian struggle.
Long before Brown versus Board of Ed integrated the education system, Korean international students ended up at Howard University. Why? Because PWIs at the time wouldn't let them in. And why did Howard University exist in the first place? Because without HBCUs, black students wouldn't have had anywhere to get educated. The whites.
No, Howard University was the only HBCU that started as a fully accredited or fully functioning college. Now, for you all who don't know what HU is in Washington, D.C. HU was initially a university where rich white landowners who had reproduced and impregnated so many black women who were slaves, and that they felt bad. White man felt bad. Okay, the white man said, damn, I done knocked all these black women. I got all these little, somebody type Big Daddy. You remember Big Daddy from Django? Remember that? Django, you remember that? Big Daddy. It was a bunch of Big Daddies down there knocking up all the black women. And so they felt bad and they decided to go ahead and send those kids to college. And so this is why Howard University was founded. It was initially founded to educate the biracial offspring of the white landowner masters and their black female slaves. I just want you to keep it in mind. It was this. If you black people, you Viltrumites, if you go back 6 generations, all of y'all have a white granddaddy. Somebody type granddaddy in the chat room. Each and every one of y'all have a white granddaddy. If you're a foundational black American, you go back 6 generations, you have a white granddaddy. All right, granddaddy was doing what he did. He was out there in the slave quarters messing around. I'm gonna tell you something about my great granddaddy. They wrote a book about him. This dude was a Confederate captain. I did the research. I ain't proud of it, but it is what it is. He's a Confederate captain, and he fathered a whole bunch of children by my great grandmother. Okay. And she had a so-called husband at the time, okay? And he lived with her, and she has some children by him and some children by this white man who was my great granddaddy, okay? And thing is, all his white children died. All of his white kids died, and his black children ended up being leaders and doctors and whatnot, et cetera, lawyers and so on and so forth. That's ironic. And this man fought for the Confederacy, okay? But he was prejudiced against everything but that black snapper, okay? Y'all heard of red snapper? He liked that black snapper. That black snapper kept him coming back, and he kept having children, okay? I just want y'all to understand that. But again, This is why Howard University was founded. And this little Asian lady is saying it was Howard University that let black people or to let Korean people or Asian people attend the university, because the white folks said, no, you're colored. You can't come here. And you can go over there with the N-word. So we've always had our door open for these people. This is who we are. When they start talking reckless about us, I just want you to understand that we've always helped these people out. Somebody type granddaddy in the chat room. Somebody type granddaddy in the chat room.
Schools didn't let them in. So why include white people in a historical episode that doesn't have much to do with them but was caused by their racism? It's the pick-me-goism. This is for the white gays. It's erasing black history, Asian history, and this one moment of solidarity between minorities in favor of making white people feel good about themselves, that they were part of the story at all. Now, I know people... That
ain't the only moment of solidarity where black people have cut Asians a break, but I'm going to let you keep going, baby. Go
BTS is Korean, but they knew better. They've been an internationally famous group for such a long time. Before making a music video about Howard University, they could have Googled Howard University. Even better, they could have visited Howard University. I went there one time in 2018 to visit my friend who was in medical school at the time. I met like one Asian girl, but my friend and everybody else was black. Even though the school has been integrated and anybody can go there now, it is an overwhelmingly black school. So this portrayal with this many white people standing in front of the black people is inaccurate today, and it was extremely inaccurate before Brown versus Board of Ed. We need to stay on BTS's asses, Because to some outsiders, it seems like a small innocuous thing, like, oh, why are you giving them such a hard time?
Did she just use my word? Did she just say BTA? You can't be saying that. You went to Stanford. You called it. You using our words. I'm gonna let you finish, little lady. Go ahead. At least you used it correctly.
They fundamentally misrepresented an instance where Black people really helped us out. By us, I mean Asians. I'm not Korean. And then we wonder why they don't trust us. Even as K-pop continues to
wonder why Black people don't trust you. Okay, let's
take from their culture without credit. I hope they can remake this music video because this was their chance to pull a Ryan Coogler, like what he did with Sinner, in which he told a Black story with Asian people in it, representing our historical relationship correctly and with respect. BTS had the chance to do the inverse, telling an Asian story that included a primarily Black setting and Black goodwill toward us, and instead we got white students standing in front of Black students when they wouldn't have been there at all.
They wouldn't have been at Howard back then. There wasn't no integration. There was no integration back then. They wouldn't have done it. But again, this is folk co-opting our story and corrupting it and taking credit for all our good work. Let's keep listening. I got one more video I'm gonna let play. And somebody said, keep saying granddaddy. Granddaddy. You all are hilarious. All right. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. And so we can go ahead and move this thing along. You guys, remember, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, you won't be able to comment, which is unfortunate. I usually like the comments, but we had a couple of trolls in here. So if you're gonna troll my channel, and I don't mind you trolling the channel, but it helps the algorithm. But if you're gonna troll the channel, you're gonna have to at least subscribe, because whether you like me or not, you're gonna help me get to this 100,000. I'm gonna get this plaque on the wall, whether you like it or not. Okay, I don't mind people that don't like me commenting on me. I enjoy it. I like the conflict. I'm here for it. Okay, I'm here for all the smoke. Okay, but you're gonna help me get to where I'm trying to get. Y'all check this lady out. Stop using Black people as a gotcha against
Stop using Black people as a gotcha against Asians. Whenever Asians talk about hate crimes or fetishization, which are acts of blatant white supremacy, someone's always like, oh, but it was Black people who committed the most crimes against Asians. Actually, no, statistically, you're just wrong. It was a white person who walked into...
Now, I just want you to understand something. Let's just conceptualize this notion that it's Black people that have committed the most crimes against Asians. Black people have committed the most crimes against Asians. Let's think about that. Let's just think about that. Let's just contemplate the idea that it is Black people who committed the most crimes against Asians. Now, where exactly are you talking about? Because if you're talking about the United States of America, okay, Black people and Asians have been interacting for hundreds of years here in the United States of America. But if we're talking about globally, somebody type globally in the chat room. If we're talking about globally, largely Black people globally and Asian people globally don't really interact in that regard, because Black people, and of course, there are Africans who travel to Asian countries, and there are Asians who travel to places like, I don't know, Jamaica. Have you been to Jamaica lately? They have a whole term called Chinese Jamaican, okay? Because there's so many Chinese there. In fact, many parts of Africa have business ties with the Chinese, okay? But when you talk about who has committed the most crimes against Asians, Black Africans have never invaded China or Japan, but I can tell you a group that has globally. In fact, there's one group of people, okay, that literally incinerated tens of thousands of Asians, i.e. in Japan, in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, with atomic bombs. Okay, so was that a crime? I mean, it's a lot of death. Okay, it's a lot of death. And then there's another group of same individuals, same nation actually. They have invaded the Korean Peninsula. They've invaded Vietnam. They've invaded Vietnam, and they've unalived tens of thousands of people there. They've invaded places like the Philippines. So my question is, when you say black people have committed the most crimes against Asia, are you talking about like breaking in to your fish market? Or are you talking about dropping nuclear bombs on you or napalming your village? I mean, which globally, okay? Because you just want to talk about y'all went over there, y'all started a corner store, and Man and DeAndre then ran up in there and stole a 6-pack of Coors Light and a box of Annihilators and ran out. Okay, which is the bigger crime? Which has more of an effect on you? Okay, because black people steal from black people. Okay, and if you live in the ghetto, you're gonna have ghetto problems. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just pointing that out. So when you talk about crime, what kind of crime are you talking about? Because there's no mass. I can't think of the tens of thousands of Asian people in any country that black people have unalived, but I can think of tens of thousands of Asian people that the white man, okay, who you love so much and want to sit next to and can't stand your ass, has unalived you. I'm just pointing that out. But we the Viltrumites though. We are the Viltrumites. Somebody type thrag in the chat room. Somebody type thrag
into the Atlanta spa with a pew-pew and murdered 8 people, including 6 Asian women, citing that they were temptations for his sexual fantasies. Sounds about white to me. And for a second, let's just consider that black people were committing as many crimes per capita as white people were against Asian people. That doesn't make them any worse than the white people committing the crimes. So your whataboutism, I'm just going to throw it back in your face because you're trying to distract from the real issue. And it's not just white people who are doing this. It's people in our own community, Asian people, who are perpetuating this anti-black white supremacist myth. Or if we talk about culture,
that's what they're doing. Thank you, baby. Go ahead and tell them. Go ahead.
cultural appropriation. People are like, oh, but Wu-Tang Clan. But Megan Thee Stallion cosplayed as an anime character. I don't give a fuck about Megan. I saw that costume. It made me feel loved. And her political activism has always been on the right side and inclusive of everyone. And if they want to talk about like historical clashes between black people and Asian people, literally Asian people were given not very much land to live on in all these cities, and they all
black people are what black people accepted Asian people, especially in San Francisco. And you know, Bruce Lee, who was the white, actually, y'all know that Bruce Lee was half white and Chinese. That's why they treated him poorly. He had left to Hong Kong. Bruce Lee, his first students were black people. You see what I'm saying? His first students in his martial arts classes were black people. We the ones that made him hot. You see? And as this lady will tell you, these people come to the black community and they set up shop and they make, I mean, Korean nail shops. Do you know how the Korean nail shops got started, or the Vietnamese nail shops? So they were trying to figure out what we're going to do with these Vietnamese people. They don't have education. So they ended up teaching these Vietnamese women how to do nails. And so when the Vietnamese women got to the United States, they wouldn't let them set up in the white communities, but they let them set up in the black communities. And these people got rich in the 70s, 80s, and 90s doing black people's feet. That's how they got a corner on that business. Doing black beauty supply and maintenance for black people is how that was their foothold. Before that, they had Chinese restaurants and dry cleaners. But this is how they got into that business. Let's keep going.
put us right next to the black people as like a buffer to separate the black neighborhoods with the Asian neighborhoods and the white neighborhoods. Like we were just that great wall in between the white people and the black people. Yep. All of my talking points where I'm defending our culture and our people from these people, I'm not gonna lie, I learned them mostly from listening to black people, from being in community with black people, from having black people in my life. Talking to them and reading their literature has helped give voice to a lot of these things that I've been feeling
talking to black people and reading our literature. See, let me explain something to you all. I mean, I'm a novelty. None of you all are gonna find any other person who's willing to sit and give you in-depth knowledge on black people. Because see, I'm a highly educated black person, and I spend my time speaking to black people, and I do it publicly, okay? And I don't hold back. So what you're privy to is an internal conversation between a black man, a foundational black American man, who actually cares about his people and who's knowledgeable about his people and who was raised in this. See, I'm not like these youngsters who You know, they read a few videos, you know, they listened to a few videos and read a few pamphlets on Black Power, and they regurgitated. I'm telling you lived experience. There's a direct connection between me and those people who are on those plantations and what you see right now. I've lived through that. Again, Generation X, first generation of fully free Black people, which means I had an opportunity to listen to the people who came before me. So you hearing it firsthand. On top of that, I'm educated enough and free enough in that I take care of myself, I pay for myself, I have my own business, everything. I can speak to you openly. And of course, I don't go off the ledge with it, but I'm telling you how Black folk really feel. And if you all would soak this game up, and that goes for the Asians, the Latinos, the Arabs, and everybody else, you all might do better. Okay, shout out to Fuquan, but that's why they call me Uncle D, baby. Somebody type Uncle D is a legend in the chat room. I'm gonna let her finish, and then we're gonna keep it pushing.
Entire life that took me out of this like fiction of being their model minority. And now I really see it, because if I had stayed that model minority, then I'd be causing a lot less trouble for white people. And they're not the majority in America anymore.
And they still wouldn't like it, baby. That's what you got. That's why white people don't even like white people. Do y'all know that white people don't even like other white people? The only thing that brings white people together is being mean and racist to other people. That's their common unifying factor, just being mean as hell to other people. Let's keep going.
They're only the plurality. And they know that the second that all of us non-white folks banded together, they would lose everything they've ever had.
All right, let's go ahead. You can't be out here talking about them white folk like that. They're gonna track you down. They're gonna find you, baby. You don't want them white folk finding you like that. Let's keep listening. We're gonna I'm trying, it's so much material. It's hard to, you know, just a lot of stuff, man. It's a lot of material. Let's check this out.
Racist? Well, the short answer to that is yes, absolutely. He wanted civil liberties for Indians in South Africa commensurate with that of white people, but he actively did not want the same for Africans and colored people. And
now, don't we hold Gandhi out as this peacemaker? Gandhi was racist. The little Indian guy, he was racist as hell. Okay, Gandhi, he was racist as hell. And we still hold him out as a freedom fighter. I want you to think about that. All right, this is another Asian. We don't often think of, you know, Indians as Asians, but they're Asian too. Okay, I'm just saying. All right, so all the Asians are getting it tonight. Let's line up who I've jumped on the Africans. I got the Latinos, and I've been jumping on the white people. I jumped on the foundational Black Americans too. They didn't like that broadcast from the other day. Oh, y'all asked. Telling y'all went around the world colonizing and fighting against America. Y'all didn't like that. Y'all didn't like the fact that y'all had to learn we fled down to the Bahamas and Jamaica and Trinidad and Nova Scotia, and then over to Sierra Leone and later on in Liberia. You ain't like none of that, huh? But see, that's why I'm who I am. And again, I just sat up here and explained to you all that I'm free enough to say what the hell I want to say. And I got the facts to back it up. Now you can deal with it because you need to deal with it because other people are going to bring it up. The more politically savvy you become, people are not just going to allow Black folk to sit back and play victim and blame everybody else without us having to accept responsibility to some of the stuff that our bloodline did. I'm just going to keep it 100. Now, if you're smart, what you'll do is you'll take that information that I put together for you in that very concise 4-hour package, and you'll say, well, we need to come up with some counter arguments for this. If we're really serious about FBA lineage and designating things for FBA, reparations is one thing, but what about the scholarships? Because how are you going to feel if you set up a scholarship lineage based only for FBA? And then you got some kid from Samana, Dominican Republic who say, well, yeah, I can trace my heritage back to foundational Black American lineage. Or you get somebody coming down from Nova Scotia and say, well, yeah, my great-great-granddaddy was born in South Carolina and my great-great-grandmother was born in Georgia. So we have lineage in FBA. And then you get some people, some Americans from Trinidad who come up here and say, well, yeah, I'm FBA lineage also. And then you get some people from Africa who are from Liberia, and say, well, yeah, so am I. And then you get a bunch of people from the Bahamas and say, well, yeah, after the War of 1812, you know, all of our people moved from Georgia and South Carolina and came here. So that's why I'm trying to explain to you that FBA lineage needs, if you wanna get it right and define it one time without having to deal with a whole bunch of litigation, then you're gonna have to do it right the first time. Your legal definition has to account for the fact that there are foundational Black American people or foundational Black American lineage in Vietnam. You think them brothers over in Vietnam were just over there messing around, dropping off babies. So you are going to have to make sure that that definition, that legal definition is lineage based, but also continuing presence in the United States. And that's why I did it the way I did. You're supposed to not like it, but if you don't like something enough, it'll make you think about it. You see, and that's what I do for my people. I force you to think about these things ahead of time. Again, as I say in my books, the best way to get somebody's attention is to punch them in the mouth. Hey, come here for a minute. Come here for a minute. Come here I got somebody. Look, son, don't come with that. That scares me. That's the bad luck way. Don't come that way. Come around this way. Come around this way. Look. The internet, come down here. Look, this is my son.
Hi.
Now look, you can't keep running around with that dry ass Jerry curl.
Okay.
Because the internet now thinks that my children are Dominican.
Me?
They think your mama's a Dominican woman.
Oh.
That's what they think.
No, my mom's just regular Black.
She regular Black.
African American.
She African American. She from Africa?
No.
Okay. Where's she from? Well, don't tell them. These niggas is look her up. I tell them. His mama is from the Ninth Ward of New Orleans. Okay. And that's the way they look. Look at that. See that? Now, on this particular occasion, in my opinion, he get his hair from me. See how that is? If I put a little water on it, it'll look just like that, curly. It ain't gonna be like that. That's a dry ass 1989 Jerry curl like that. That looked like you was sleeping on the pillow on both sides. Okay. But I just want everybody to know that he told you that you or your brother is either one of your mom, because they told Dennis his mama was white.
No.
And y'all got the same mama. And now they're telling you that your mama is Dominican. Okay, that's what they told. That's the internet. That's what the internet said. And the internet told me my mama was white too.
Oh.
They told me Gloria Jean was white. Goddamn. The internet is, I mean, I'm just saying, but you gotta do better, man. They think you're a Dominican.
Oh.
This nigga, I mean, this young, handsome, this young man is too big to be a Dominican. He's big as hell. Show him your baby muscles. Show him your look at him swole out there, boy. Look at him out there swole. I wish you better, you know what? Let me tell you something. Come back down here. So we was over in 5th Ward at the church house. We came out to church and I got him this little nice car. Got a nice white, got him a little white BMW. So he riding around in his BMW, had his little blue suit on and everything. And you know, he was just standing over there in the parking lot because he drove himself. So I walked up on him. What do you remember what I told you?
No.
You remember I said, nigga, I should rob your motherfucking ass. I do. Remember that? I talk crazy to these kids. I'm a Black daddy. I say crazy shit to my children every goddamn day. You understand me? I talk crazy to their ass. You know why? Because y'all gonna talk crazy to them. And if I don't get them ready to hear this crazy shit, then they might react. Okay? And so I got to get all the racism, all you racisms out there, I got to get my children ready for y'all crazy shit so they don't snap on you. Okay? And this is the plight of a Baghdad. I talk crazy. Do I say crazy shit to you?
Yeah.
And see, that was the time I didn't use the N-word in the presence of my precious children. Remember them years?
Yeah.
Remember that? Daddy used to never call you the N-word. Dad, I love my baby. I said, that's daddy's baby. And then all of a sudden, remember that? N-words start flying around here, huh?
Yeah.
Now, why did I just start using the N-word and start talking real barbershop raw? You remember why I did that?
Yeah, to like get us accustomed to our culture.
Mm-hmm. And why is that?
So we could like communicate with other people better.
Because are you like daddy? Are you hood and ghetto like
no.
daddy? Is daddy a little ghetto?
Yeah.
A little bit. Don't get too carried away. Don't you get too goddamn carried away.
Okay.
But daddy is a little hood, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And there are other Black people out there just like daddy, huh?
Yeah.
And they'll say crazy shit to you, won't they?
Yeah.
They will. They will. They say crazy shit. And then what happened if you just go off? Don't call me the N-word. What happens if you go off on them like that? Huh? Can you go off on them like that just because they all nigga motherfucker? You don't need to fuck you all red ass curly head motherfucker. You can't go off on all of them. Too many of them, right?
Yeah.
So what do you have? You got to learn to say something back, huh?
Yeah.
Now back in my day, we used to call that roasting and capping on niggas. We used to say that. Do y'all call it that?
No.
Do you know you don't have no your mama jokes or nothing to cap back on nobody?
Like a long time ago, like in 2016.
Oh, you had a your mama joke back then?
I didn't have it.
You didn't have it because he's suburban. He's from the suburbs. Praise God. He's a little suburban child. I know. He's special. He's a little suburban child. Bless your heart. But anyway, tell him again your mama ain't from the
My mom is not from the Dominican Republic or any island.
She regular black from New Orleans. She talk like this. She from the ninth. She'll tell you she from the Ninth Ward of New Orleans. That's where she from. Okay. And I'm not gonna say she ghetto, but she did marry me. She did marry me. You ain't like he not like either one of us. Okay. I just want y'all to know that Uncle D is not, I got a picture. They don't believe, and I should be doing my show, but you distracted me since you came down here making all that goddamn noise. Do you have any photographs like this right here? Do you have any? Let me see if you have any. Do you have any photographs like that?
No.
Do you know who little big head boy that is with the thumb in his mouth in the middle?
That's you.
That's me. And this badass black ass Davion. Have I ever told you about badass black ass Davion?
No.
I used to fight badass black ass Davion every goddamn day. My Uncle Slim, who's up here in the top hat, my Uncle Robert used to set us on the side of the house. And I used to have to fight his ass every goddamn day. You hear me? I hated him. He was about 6 and I was about 4. Okay. Oh. And this cousin Shalana, remember they came here, hung out at the house, they was eating my barbecue, and she met her. And that's my grandma. And let me see, that's my grandma with the wig. Give me the good picture of grandma. This is my good picture of grandma with a traveling wig. So this is my grandma right here. Okay, so she would not like, she in heaven right now. But see how she looked with this yellow dress in the lower left-hand cut? She don't want you to see that picture. Okay, this is her with a good wig on. Praise the Lord. Put that back. Put it in the sacred spot so I can pray to the ancestors. So you don't have no pictures like this, son. You don't have no ghetto ass pictures like this, like Daddy. See that? Look at Daddy. See how handsome I was?
Yeah.
See the Chuck Taylors?
Mm-hmm.
See that?
Yeah.
With the white laces in it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now I'd have whooped your ass back in the day, man. Square ass nigga. I'd have whooped your motherfucking ass back in the day just because you look like a square ass nigga. Okay, don't you ever in your life think, I don't care how many black belts, okay, about none of that, homeboy. Wish you would run up on me. I'm a real boss pimp up in there. Boy, wish you wouldn't. He might whip my ass. He's a killer. Let me tell you something. Roman got 2 black. He got what you got?
I have 2 black belts in Shotokan, 2 in Kung Fu, and 11 years of experience in Jiu-Jitsu.
Nigga, scrapping ass motherfucker. Okay, excuse the language, son. You not an MF, but he whoop your ass. I done watch him whoop some grown ass men. I'm like, damn. Sometimes I be like, son, you okay? I love you. I love you, son. You okay? You okay? Okay. See, that's how the relationship changed when you start seeing them beating the shit out of other grown ass. I don't want that to be me. Dad got the bad arm, and anyway, I'm gonna let you go. But tell these niggas one more time that your mama ain't Dominican.
My mom is not Dominican.
She's not Dominican.
No,
she is not. Is Daddy mixed with anything? Is Daddy mixed with? Does Daddy have a white daddy or something? No. A white mom? No. I don't know why the internet keeps saying this crazy shit. I just let them go on with it as long as they help me get my 100,000. I'm gonna let you go. You got some important shit to do. Okay. Let me get back. Don't be hugging me in front of these people. I'm a real bold. Fuck off me, man. They're gonna think I'm soft out here, man. Shit. Anyway, welcome back to the broadcast, you all. Let's go ahead and get this thing popping, man. We got to learn some. Shout out to the Crimson Sun. You ain't got but like 100 subscribers on your channel. He was doing movie reviews for a minute, and he's like, I ain't gonna do that shit no more. Anyway, but you do need to get some juice for that dry ass curl, son. You gotta do better than that. You making the whole team look bad, son. You gotta do better than that. I'm just saying, you all your juice. My Uncle Robert used to have a dry ass curl like that, and all of it slipped off on his seat of his Cadillac. But anyway, so here's the thing, family. We need to kind of talk about You know, where these moments come from? Why are these people so prejudiced? We don't even know them like that. And so before we, you know, just react emotionally to what happened and what we see and the racism, we need to slow down. Somebody type slow down. Shout out to everybody who's been contributing to the chat room and the Cash App. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna read all the chats in a minute, and I don't want to lose track of that, but I know some people who came through when I was chopping it up with my son and everything. But again, I'm a black daddy. I might do things different than you do. Y'all might not agree with everything I say, but that boy that just left here is a 4.0 student. I mean, when I say 4.0, he is smart. He got all the good grades. My other son is an engineering student at one of the local universities. My little baby boy, 9 years old, we're gonna put him in the NBA because he's supposed to be 6'9". So, you know, we're gonna get a little education, but he's gonna be playing sport. Dad, I'm gonna be front row at the Lakers. That's where I'm trying to be. But you know, he's gonna get his education. But you know, I got 3 sons, and this is what I do, and this is the way I choose to raise my black sons in this America that we live in. Okay, but I think it's necessary. But anyway, you know, what we want to do is look. I don't want to react emotionally to what happened or what we see going on or what we perceive as anti-black racism directed at us from agents. But what we will do is take this as a learning opportunity. So we're going to slow down and we're going to ask where these ideas came from, how they travel, why they keep showing up in different countries, okay, and different cultures and different languages, okay. And so, of course, I want to kind of let y'all check this video out. And this is a very important video, and it goes back to 1543. So we're going to go way back. Look. I know y'all didn't bargain for this, but if you looking at this video, you ain't got nothing else to do tonight.
Slave walks into 1580.
And I ask that if you learn something, I should earn something. But again, you all don't owe me a dime. I do this out of love. I do it because I appreciate it. I like it. And on top of that, this is part of my legacy that I plan on leaving. And hey, man, that guy I learned more history with him than anybody else. Now I want y'all to check this video out, and then I'm gonna go ahead and give you some more detail. And again, in the context of what happened in Tokyo, where the Nigerian American woman was referred to as an N-word by the Japanese woman, we're gonna learn something. All right, so let's check this video out. This is about Yasuki, and we're gonna kind of talk about the long history of the black presence in Japan. Hit the number one.
Feudal Japan. This is more than 500 or 400 years ago, and he immediately becomes a samurai. They give him a house and they give him a sword. Became one of the most powerful samurais, like right away. Now the last picture was probably AI, but this is possibly a depiction of it, and this one too. So
So put it in context. This gentleman is going to explain that Yasuki came over as a bodyguard for an Italian merchant. This man was probably about my height. He was about a couple of inches shorter than me. He was about 6'2". And the average man in Japan was under 5 feet tall. Remember back in the day, people used to be much shorter than they are right now. It was after the industrial age where people began to eat more, live healthier, exercise more. That's when people began to grow. And that's why you have so many tall people. Back in the day, if you were 6 feet tall, you were damn near a foot taller than the average man. So I'm going to let him tell the story of Yasuki, the black samurai from East Africa.
The story. Basically, he was an African slave. We don't know much about this guy because he's kind of shrouded in mystery. He could possibly be from Mozambique or South Sudan, and possibly from the Dinka tribe because he was really tall. So he was working as a bodyguard for this Italian missionary that was visiting Japan. In 1581, they're walking through Kyoto, and everywhere this guy goes, Yasuke, people are losing their mind. This guy was probably like 6'2" in a country where the average height was not even over 5 feet at the time. Yeah. He was
they made him a samurai immediately because like, yeah, we got to have this dude on our team. Can you imagine you 4'5" and a man is 2 feet taller than you and already a bodyguard is now in your kingdom? Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and make him a samurai. Okay, so that's what happened here. So let's listen to what else he said.
Mogging everybody. Crowds were forming around Yasuke everywhere he went. Nobody had seen anybody like this guy, and it actually damaged buildings around. So eventually, word got out to Oda Nobunaga. This guy was basically the Genghis Khan of Japan. He unified Japan. He was the one that was the leader, he was the prime minister, he was the head honcho, or whatever you want to call him. The thing that made him so unique was that everybody else was sticking to tradition, but Oda Nobunaga used guns because he was friends with the Portuguese or whatever other country he was messing with. But yeah, he broke every rule and he unified Japan. So he was a pretty open-minded guy. And when he
Now, for you all who don't understand what that means, Japan is not one contiguous landmass. Japan is a bunch of islands just scattered about off the coast of Japan with a bunch of fiefdoms and leaders and lords and just war chiefs everywhere. So the idea that he would take the time to unify Japan is amazing, because that in itself is a feat that had not been done prior to that. Okay, so let's keep listening.
He saw the massive African guy that was Yasuke. He didn't see a threat. He was absolutely fascinated with this guy, so much so that he summoned him to his court. He made him show up, and he was curious. He looked at Yasuke's skin and was like, "This has to be ink." So they made him scrub his skin and take a bath. This is confirmed by.
Now, I want to confirm that, I mean, you know, this is a black African man, okay, in Japan, and they had never seen him because remember, the East had pretty much been closed, okay? So sailing and trading, etc., was not something that, you know, they'd never encountered Africans and like that, and they've been dealing with, you know, Europeans for a while. They've been dealing with Indians for a while, but black Africans was somewhat of a novelty. And so this is why these people are amazing. Imagine if, I guess if the average person is 5'9", imagine if a man who is 7'9" was just walking through your town. You'd be like, God, you would have to look. And so the Lord summoned him there and immediately just made him a samurai, which is a great honor because not normally bestowed. And the reason he's saying it was unorthodox because that's not normally bestowed on anyone, but he wanted him on his side. So this is Yasuke and the black samurai. Let's keep listening.
Not only the Italian missionaries, but also Nobunaga's chronicles. So this actually happened. And when he realized that that was his actual skin, he wasn't like embarrassed or threatened or anything. He was like, whoa, like he was fascinated. After that, Nobunaga gave him a Japanese name, house, gave him servants, money, and a katana. Like he gave him a sword, and that's not a gift. That's a status symbol. He instantly went from an African slave for the Italian missionaries to one of the high-ranking people of society in feudal Japan. Nobunaga was so fascinated by this guy's strength. He described it as him having the strength of 10 men. So that's all we kind of really know about Yasuke.
So basically, this was a real Viltramite. He's like, damn, this is a real Viltramite. Now, for you all who haven't figured it out, the only way you can comment is by subscribing to the channel. That's unfortunate. I usually leave it open, but we had a lot of trolls in here. So, you know, this is what I'm going to do. So you guys go ahead and subscribe to the channel for me, and we will keep it pushing. We only need about another couple of hundred people, and we will be at a good number. All right, so let's keep listening to this.
Because a year later, Akechi Mitsuhide, which was Nobunaga's disciple, betrayed Nobunaga and tried to take over the country. Yeah, Yasuke fought like a 200 versus 3,000 person battle, and he won apparently. But yeah, this guy was a total badass. Crazy.
200 men fought against 3,000 with this black samurai as the leader and won. And this is documented. That's the crazy part about it. This is documented Japanese history. So this is real. So I guess we are the Viltrumites. We are the conquering people. Let's keep listening.
The main thing that really made this story great is how Nobunaga was so fascinated and just genuinely curious about the guy.
All right, so of course, you know, we're not just going to leave it at a video presentation. The name is Yasuke, Y-A-S-U-K-E, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And in order to go back and talk about his story, which takes place in the 1500s, you know, this was the beginning, at least a documented beginning of black presence in Japan. And it's not new. The Portuguese traders first reached Japan in 1543. They opened the door to increase European, African, and Asian contact through trade and religion and military exchange. So by 1579, an African man known as Yasuki arrived in Japan in service of a Jesuit missionary. And by 1581, he entered into the historical record when he appeared before the powerful Japanese warlord Odi Nabanga, okay, Nabunaga, that's Oda Nobunaga was fascinated by him and brought him to his service and gave him his name, Yasuki. And according to the historical accounts, he was granted him status as a samurai, which is a big deal, making him one of the first earliest recorded Africans in Japanese history and the first recorded foreigner to receive the status under Nobunaga. Okay, and that matters because it reminds us that the relationship between Black people in Japan didn't begin with hip hop and anime and U.S. military bases or tourism or even modern social media. Yasuki lived in Japan during the Sengoku period, and this was a time of civil war and warlords and shifting alliances and military consolidations. And he served under Nobunaga until 1582, when Nobunaga was attacked during an incident, and he died. And after that, Yusaki's fate, it was unclear, but his presence in the record is important because it shows that Black people were beginning to be seen and interpreted and admired and mythologized and seen as exotic, and it's not, it didn't just start in these modern centuries. They've always been fascinated with us. Okay, they've always thought that we were Viltrumites. I just want you to keep that in mind. So when we talk about Japanese people and Asian societies and the perceptions of Black people, we can't act like this conversation started last week. All right, that's the thing. This is not something new. It's been going on at least 500 years. They've been looking at us like, damn, these people are amazing. These people are strong. I mean, can you imagine that? I mean, can you imagine that? What it would be like to see that? And you 5'5", and you thought you were the tall one, and here comes a man who's 6'2" and strong and Black and a warrior. They must have looked at him like he was Superman. Okay, but anyway. Our relationship goes back hundreds of years, and Black people have often entered foreign society as both real human beings and as these symbolic figures. And people saw the man, but they also projected the meaning onto him. And that's the beginning of the larger issue. The world always had a habit of looking at Black people and turning us into something larger than life, right? Sometimes warriors, entertainers, a lot of times threats, curiosity, symbols of strength. And that's why this whole modern Viltramite joke in the fear of Black physicality and the viral reaction to that Black woman in Tokyo all belong to a much older historical pattern. Now, after Yasuki, the next major historical layer in European colonialism, because the reason this is the next layer is because this is where the racial hierarchy becomes globalized. Beginning in the 1500s, about 500 years ago, these European powers began to expand across Africa and Asia and America through trade, conquest, missionary activity, slavery, empire. White folks basically just left Europe about 500 years ago, and they traveled around the world, and they took their religion, and they also brought their diseases. And their diseases oftentimes wiped out hundreds of thousands, millions of natives. And that made their mission a lot easier because, you know, if a germ will do what you would otherwise have to do, you don't even have to lift your sword up. And, you know, you come back in 100 years and they're gone. The land is empty. But, you know, again, the Portuguese arrived in parts of Asia and, you know, Marco Polo, blah, blah, blah. Right. The Portuguese arrived in Asia in the 1500s. The Spanish colonized the Philippines in 1565. That's why you have a lot of Filipinos with Spanish surnames. The Dutch built a major colonial presence in Indonesia, the Dutch Indian Company, starting in the 1600s. The British expanded to India through East Asia, or what they call the East India Company, and they formalized direct relationship by 1858. The French consolidated Indochina, which is why they were always messing around in Vietnam. And these empires didn't only move soldiers and merchants and missionaries and administrators. See, they also moved one of the most powerful ideas they had with them, okay? The idea that Europeans were the standard of civilization and beauty and intelligence and modern power. And that's important because modern anti-Black stereotypes can't be understood unless only as a personal prejudice. They were built into global systems. European colonialism taught much of the world to associate whiteness with order and progress and goodness and Christianity and education and science and high status, while on the opposite end, they associated Blackness with primitiveness and servitude and danger and backwardness and inferiority. And those ideas weren't accidental. They helped justify conquest, slavery, and forced labor, and theft, and domination, and what non-European people. And if Europeans could convince the world that some people were naturally superior and others were naturally inferior, then the empire could present itself not as a theft, but as bringing civilization to the world. And so this is where Asia becomes important, because many Asian societies already had their own class system. They were ready for it, okay? They had ethnic division. They had their own beauty standards. They had their own forms of color prejudice before European colonialization. You heard what the Asian said. She said the Japanese see themselves as the top, and they see the people in the Philippines as the bottom, okay? So lighter to darker. And they have some real horrible racial epithets. The Japanese, they refer to some Asian people as jungle Asians. That's some wild stuff. And they are dark people over there. You see what I'm saying? But in many places, lighter skin was associated with wealth and status because, you know, it suggested the person didn't have to labor outdoors. Dark-skinned people are outside in the sun. So if you're light, that means you're not going out in the sun. And so they associated darker skin with labor. It was also associated with poverty and rural labor and lower class positions. So we're not saying every form of colorism in Asia came from Europe. That's too simple. But European colonialism, what it did was it shot some steroids into what was already there, and it intensified it. It helped it reorganize and it globalized it. So lighter skinned European features meant power and modern living and international prestige, and and the Asians picked that up. They noted it, and they had their own colorism, and it's shaped by many forces, including their local class system, which already pre-existed. Now, that's why anti-blackness can appear in societies that have really no black people, or really tiny black populations. Like, how did y'all get racist? We're not even over there. Have you wondered that? How'd y'all get racist like that? Okay. Because they already associate their own dark-skinned Asians with these stereotypes. That's why. Okay. And we just a new version of that. Okay. So the stereotype, it can arrive through colonial education. Okay. Missionary writing, newspapers, films. And over time, people even far away as Japan, they learn the racial script. Lighter is cleaner, safer, smarter, richer, more respectable. Darker is rougher, poorer, more primitive, dangerous, less desirable. Again, that doesn't excuse anyone's racism, but it explains how anti-black ideas can travel far beyond the places where black people actually live in large numbers. That's why Asian men, they go after white women and they don't go after black women, because that's their racial prejudice, okay? So when somebody in Asia uses an anti-black slur or reacts to black people through fear or mockery or fascination or disrespect, that moment is not disconnected from that history. It sits on top of centuries of global racial messaging, and the person may think they're just repeating something they heard in music or saw in a movie. Okay, but the truth is, niggas been niggas before black Americans were called the N-word. You understand what I'm saying? as I alluded to in my joke earlier when I talked about Nigeria being the first N-words, which was what they would call when they were throwing us on the boat. Again, the point we need to understand before we get into the, when I'm talking about that Japanese woman and the Viltrumites and the lady calling a black woman, Nigerian American woman, the N-word, right? Is the idea that black people, the idea that black people are physically powerful, intimidating, and animalistic, and dangerous, and exotic, or somehow not fully ordinary human beings. That's part of a long racial imagination. And some of it comes through admiration. Some of it comes through jealousy. Some of it comes through fear. Some of it comes through media, and some of it comes through colonialism. But once those ideas get into a society, they don't disappear just because the empire ends. They remain in the language, the beauty standards, the jokes, the insults, the assumptions, and the way people respond when they see black people in person, okay? Now, I also want to tell you guys about somebody named David Fagan, because see, Asians and black people have had a long relationship. So we're going to move out of Japan, and we're going to run down to the Philippine-American War. I want you all to take a look at this, and I'm not going to hit you with too many more videos because I want to go ahead and keep this thing pushing. And I want to say what I want to say. You know what I'm saying? It's my show. It's my broadcast. All right. So this is a picture of David Fagan. You all let me know if you can see it clearly. You see the brother? Can y'all see David Fagan? This is a brother. Oh, let me see if yeah, that should be it right there. I'm going to make it a little smaller though. You guys should be able to see that. Just look his name up. David Fagan. Okay. Now, I'm going to call him Captain David Fagan. And this is the next major story. We're going to talk about the Philippine-American War. All right. Which officially began in 1899. This is we got black people just now coming out of Reconstruction, we catching hell in America, but we still in the military. Okay. But I want you to understand, imagine being a black man in 1889. The Civil War ended in 1865. We're about 35 years later. We're dealing with Jim Crow, right? We got a bunch of white folks who are treating us bad for the color of our skin. They got the chain gangs going. We damn near back in slavery anyway because of the Jim Crow laws. And now you're a captain in the military. And it's saying something if you are a captain in the military, okay? But either way, under the Treaty of Paris signed on December 10th, 1898, Spain gave up the Philippines and Puerto Rico and Guam to the United States, and we paid $20 million for it, right? And for the Philippines, we gave them cash for it, so that's ours now, right? But here's the problem. The Filipinos had already been fighting for independence from Spain, and the Filipinos believed they were about to become free. And so instead, they found themselves transferred. How can you sell somebody else's country to somebody else? You understand what I'm saying? And so they're like, we don't care who you send over here. We're going to fight all y'all. And so the war between the U.S. and the Filipino revolutionaries, it began on February 1899, Black History Month. Praise God. And that lasted until about 1902. Now, if you guys don't know the Philippines is a jungle. And the last thing these white boys want to do is go running through the jungle. So who they going to say? We're going to get some of these old ex-slaves, these black people, we're going to send them over there. And the conflict was brutal. And according to the United States Department of Office of Historian, the war resulted in 4,200 American deaths, and that's more than 20,000 Filipino combatant deaths, and 200,000 Filipino civilian deaths. So we were over there killing civilians. And so this is why I want you to understand. You're a black man from America, fresh out of Jim Crow. Your name is David Fagan, right? And, he's from Tampa, Florida. And I already told you about the Florida problem. Somebody typed Florida problem. You know about Florida. I told y'all earlier. I'll be throwing hints about what the broadcast is going to be like. And I told y'all, can't nobody outrun an N-word from Florida. Nobody can. And so he's a bad brother down there. And, he's born in 1875. You see? So this is 2 years before Reconstruction ended. So he's a baby now, Reconstruction. So he grows up in the time period where white people are cutting up and acting a fool, and they trying to put black people back in their place. But anyway, he served in the United States Army, to be specific, 24th Infantry Regiment. Shout out to all of my military guys out here, all my military ladies out here. Shout out to you all, all the servicemen. So he was in the 24th Infantry Regiment. It was one of the black units commonly associated with the Buffalo Soldiers. So he's what we would call a Buffalo Soldier. And like many black soldiers of that period, he was serving a country that still treated black people as second and third class citizens. This was the age of Jim Crow. They were lynching black people. They were segregated. We talk about racial terror. We talk about open discrimination. And yet this black soldier is still expected to wear this uniform and fight America's wars over in the Philippines. Now, I'm going to let y'all look at the Filipinos. I'm not talking about look, Filipinos, don't be mad. But I'm going to show them what you really look like, okay? I'm going to show them what the Filipino people really look like, okay? Let me see if I can find an image. So you're a black man, and you in the Philippines, and you over there fighting for the white man, all right? Fresh out of Jim Crow. You're a Buffalo Soldier. Now, I know the type of Filipinos they show you on the internet. I know those. We see those. They're very white, very light, damn near white, bright, damn near white, as they say. But when you start really looking at these people, remember what I said, dark skin? This is what the Filipinos look like. I want you to look at these Filipinos, and I want you to look at this black and white photo right here in the middle. Look at that. That looked like somebody's cousin from Mississippi back in the day. All right, look how dark look at this lady. These are black Filipinos right here. So imagine yourself being a black, and here's the indigenous Filipinos right here. Look at these people, these black people. So you basically have a black man from the Jim Crow South, Florida of all places, which is also known as the swinging dick of the Confederacy. And if you want to just know how zany Florida is, just type Florida man into the internet. Anybody put a date and put Florida man in the internet, and you will see the most craziest. Somebody type Florida man in the chat room. I want y'all your homework is to type Florida man and your birth date in there. And I guarantee you're going to get several mischievous things done based on that. But that's Florida. Florida's quite racist, especially the panhandle. But anyway, these black troops were sent over there. These Buffalo Soldiers were sent over there to subdue these non-white people, these dark-skinned Filipinos in the jungle, who were fighting for their own independence. And that contradiction was impossible to ignore for a black man like David Fagan. And on November 17th, 1899, Captain David Fagan, he defected from the U.S. Army. And he joined the Filipino Revolutionary Forces. And after defecting, he reportedly rose to the rank of captain in the Philippine Republican Army and became one of the most famous guerrilla leaders fighting against those U.S. soldiers. And his story is important because he didn't desert and disappear. He crossed the other side, and he actively fought alongside these black, dark people against the American imperial power. And Fagan won. He won the trust of the Filipino forces after defecting, and he operated in a guerrilla-controlled area and became a serious enough threat that the American military viewed him as dangerous, embarrassing, and symbolic. Okay, and that symbolism is the whole point. Captain Fagan exposed the contradiction of empire. America wanted black men to fight Filipinos in the name of civilization, democracy, and order, while black people back in the United States were being denied basic rights, terrorized by white mobs, excluded from full citizenship, and treated as inferior. And so Captain Fagan's defection forced an uncomfortable question. Why should a black man help America deny freedom to another group of melanated, dark-colored people when America was still denying freedom to us? And that's why his story matters in this conversation, because Black and Asian history, it shows that the relationship between Black people and Asian has not only been about tension and stereotypes of misunderstandings. There have always been moments of recognition and shared struggle. And Fagan's story also helps us understand how racial language travels through war. During the Philippine War, many American soldiers used the same racial logic against Filipinos that they had been using against black people. They described them, they dehumanized them in terms, they treated them as they were inferior. They portrayed them as incapable of self-government. Okay, and black soldiers, they heard that. You don't think the brothers heard what they were saying about them dark-skinned folk? Here you got me killing these people, fighting against them, and you saying the same thing about them as you say about me. And the brothers recognized it. And so some of them understood. And see, David wasn't the only one that went. It was about 6 other black men that went with him. They just couldn't do it. They couldn't fight and kill these poor black and brown, but they'd rather run through the jungle. They'd rather die. They come over here to die anyway. They wanted to die on the right side, okay? And so when people talk about black people and Asians today, we need to remember that this relationship has always been shaped by empire, war, and race and power. And you've always had black, white folk pitting us against each other. I just want you to be mindful of that, okay? Now, David wasn't David Fagan. He wasn't a tourist. He wasn't a rapper. He wasn't a passport bro. He wasn't an athlete. He wasn't a viral clip. He was a black American soldier in Asia and turned the 20th century, at the turn of the 20th century, and looking at another group of dark melanated people under American domination. And he decided that his allegiance was not to empire. And whether people call him a traitor or a rebel or whatever, he was a freedom fighter. You understand me? Now, shout out to Fitzgerald. Now, I want to move forward to something else. Let's talk about World War II. All right. Now, complicated. This is when the modern relationship between Japan and the United States changed permanently. Japan surrendered on September 2nd, 1945, because we dropped 2 nuclear bombs on them. And then the Allied occupation, which means America and all its friends, the occupation wasn't just political, it was cultural, it was racial, it was sexual, it was military, it was psychological. You had large numbers of American servicemen. They entered into Japan. Among them were black American soldiers who still served in segregated military, returning from a country where Jim Crow was still the law of the land. And so what they're saying is that there were in post-war Japan, that 24th Infantry Regiment moved from Okinawa, mainland Japan, in February 1947. So they are in mainland Japan. All right. And this is what matters. The Japanese people were not just encountering Americans in abstract. They were encountering white Americans and black Americans. And inside the same military system, but those men weren't treated the same by America. Black soldiers were wearing the uniform of a victorious occupying power, but they came from a country that was still segregated and discriminated against us and humiliated us. So the Japanese civilians and black American soldiers could represent several things at once: America's military power, black masculinity, foreignness, danger, desire, contradiction. In other words, the image of black people in Japan was not formed in a vacuum. It was formed through war, occupation, military bases, race, sex, pop culture, and direct contact. And after the former occupation ended in 1952, the U.S. military presence didn't disappear. We wasn't going to let Japan rise up again. And so under the U.S.-Japan Security Agreement, the American forces remained in Japan. My brother, who was in the Marine Corps, he was stationed in Okinawa. Okay. And see, you understand what I'm saying? So they were there, right? They were there. And they saw it, and the Japanese saw them. Okay. But after the war, Okinawa remained under U.S. control for 27 years, all the way up to 1972. And so there's a U.S. military footprint, and that footprint included black men. And so that long military presence shaped how Japanese and Okinawan people understood Americans, including black Americans. And for some people, contact with black servicemen created curiosity and friendship and romance and admiration and cultural exchange. So, you know, what we have to understand and see, this is why the post-1945 period is important, because before the internet, before hip-hop, before global TikTok and, you know, all these different clips and this anti-black racism coming from Japanese, black men were not only seen as entertainers and athletes, they were also seen as soldiers and occupiers. They were fathers, they were partners, they were husbands to some of these women. And so, you know, we have to look at this all in context. So when we get this modern Japanese joke about black people being this or black people being that, and again, I'm being humorous because, you know, it's funny to think of us as being Viltrumites. We like those stereotypes, but we don't like the stereotypes that castigate us in a poor light. Now, again, I want to talk to you all about something else. Let's move on. And we're moving quick because I want y'all to learn and I want you to pick it up. I'm trying to explain to you, this is not, why they even talking about black people? How are we even over there? They don't even know anything about us. Well, see, there's been wars, you know, and I mentioned that World War II, I skipped past Korea, but that was the first war where we were fully integrated. But now I'm going to talk about Vietnam. But the first thing we're going to do is I need you guys to make sure y'all do what y'all supposed to do for me. Okay, I need you to help me do what I need to do and get these subscriptions up. But again, shout out to everybody who's contributed to Super Chat. I'm glad 15 people learned something. I wish more people had learned something, but we're not finished. But maybe some of you all will learn something. But again, I appreciate you guys. But before we get to this superstar, I need you all to make sure you hit the subscribe button if you hadn't already. I don't know if you all have. I have not had an opportunity to check and see if you hit the subscribe button, but I'm looking now. I'm going to look right now to see if you good people care about me enough to hit the subscribe button and help me, okay? Because at this point, it's about me. It's about me getting to 100,000 subscribers. And it's taking a long time. I'm just saying, I feel like I should be there by now as people. I need some more people to subscribe. I need approximately 66 people. Well, hold on. I need 63 people to subscribe to the channel right now, and that will get me to 95,000. Okay? I need 63 people to subscribe to the channel. Okay? I need 63 people. Somebody type 63 in the chat room. Chantel Smith, I need you to subscribe to the channel. Dwight Chair, I need you to subscribe to the channel. Okay, who else is in here? Jelena Taborn, I need all y'all to go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Don't hate watch. Okay, don't have me up here forehead sweating, talking to you all about history, trying to make it interesting. I need all of y'all to subscribe to the channel right now. Don't play me. I'm not here for the games. I need my subscriptions to go up. I want a little gold plaque on my wall behind my head. Okay? Do me a favor. Subscribe to the channel. If you have already subscribed to the channel, double check, because YouTube plays these vicious games with me. I need 58 people to subscribe to the channel to get me where I need to be. Okay? 58. Somebody type 58. In addition to that, make sure you like, share, subscribe if you appreciate what I'm doing. All right. Yes. We want to make sure that Philip and Phil, Sleepy, Just Read, all y'all need to subscribe to everybody in here. Okay. I'm looking at you. I see it. Okay. I need all y'all to subscribe to the channel. We're not here for these games. We're not going to play these games with you all. Okay. I'm not here to play. But let's go ahead and move on. Shout out to Vietnam veterans who may be watching. Shout out to you all who are the children of Vietnam veterans. And this is another major historical event. Now we've moved around. We went from the Philippines. We started off in Japan. We went to China. We went to the Philippines. Now we're gonna go to Vietnam. Okay. Shout out to the Passport Bros. I put up a notice to you all that I was watching you all. All right, all the Passport Bros. I was watching y'all today because we're gonna go to Asia. We talking about black men in Asia today. Okay, and I put a picture up because I said I know what you're doing over there. Did y'all see that? All the Passport Bros. Did you all see the photograph that I put up today for you all? Where the Passport Bros is? Some people don't think Uncle D was OG Passport Bro. Okay, now I got a wife, so I don't do all that. Okay. But what I'm saying is, I know what you're doing over there. I know I'm watching you right now. I'm watching you. I know what you're doing. I see you. I want each and every one of y'all to know that I know what you're doing over there right now. Okay? I'm looking at you. I can see you. You don't think I can see you? Looking at you right now. Okay? I know what you're doing. All right? And so I put this picture up so that they know that I know what they're doing. Okay? And you know, I know what you're over there doing. Shout out to the passport bro. You're in Vietnam, you're in Thailand. Okay? You're not over there for prayer meeting either. No, you're not. No, you're not over there for prayer meeting. I'm gonna leave that up for a little while. Okay? All right, for a few minutes. Somebody type in the chat room. We know what you're doing. I know what you're doing over there. Somebody say he needs some milk. Somebody say we was at war with these people. And you over there, you got something, you got a rifle in your hand, all right. All right, you got a rifle in there. You spitting something over there. But it ain't lead. Okay. I know we was at war with these people. Didn't you just hear we was at war with the Philippines and Vietnam? And look at you. That's what you're doing? Okay. I just want you passport bros to know I'm watching you. I know what you're doing. We'll move that out the way. Okay, because I don't want y'all to get distracted from this lesson. But Uncle D know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Zoom to Thailand. I know what you're over there doing. I ain't going. I ain't going over there. But anyway, so you know, the next major historical event is the Vietnam War, where these passport bros are hanging out right now. And that's usually dated between 1955 and 1975, with the heaviest period of U.S. involvement in the 1960s and 70s. And this matters because Vietnam exposed one of the clearest contradictions in American racial history. Black men were sent across the world in disproportionate numbers, okay, to fight people of color in Asia, while black people were still fighting for basic rights inside the United States. And the United States presented the war as a fight against communism, okay, and for democracy. But black Americans had every reason to ask a harder question. How could America claim to defend the freedom in Vietnam while denying full freedom to black citizens? That's a hell of a contradiction. And you're going to send us over there to fight? Damn. You see? And that contradiction became, it became a problem. Okay? It became impossible to ignore. And in 1965, the United States increased the troop presence in Vietnam, and the casualty record showed that the U.S. deaths rising from 216 in 1964 to 1,928 in 1965 to 6,350 in 1966 to 11,363 in 1967, and by 1968 it was almost 17,000, which was the deadliest year of the U.S. force in the war. And across the entire Vietnam conflict, the death toll was 58,000 American servicemen. And see, but the racial issue wasn't just that black men served, it was that black men were pushed to the most dangerous parts of the war, okay? And then put on the front line, wherever the front line was, because this is a jungle war. They just dropped black men off in the jungle. But in 1965, the African Americans, the foundation of black American suffered 24% of the U.S. Army fatal casualties. I want you to keep on understanding black men are 6% of the population. At that time in the 1960s, we were 9% of the population, which means you had about 4% of black men. 4% of the population of the United States was black men, and 24% of the casualties in the army in Vietnam was black men. Okay? I want you to think about that. And that hits real hard because it suggests that the burden of war was not being shared equally. I want you all to remember what happened in Argentina. Remember we talked about Argentina a little while back? Remember when we talked about Argentina and how the Argentinian government got rid of black men? They sent them all to war and put them on the front lines. It was extinction level. Okay? The burden of the war was being shared by unequally by black people, black men specifically, and black families were watching their sons get drafted. This was a draft involved. All right, sent overseas, placed in combat, killed at a disproportionate rate, and white boys was running and hiding and ducking and going to Canada and Switzerland. They got deferments because they had money. All they had to do is show they was in college and they wouldn't have to go if they had political connections. Remember, we were fresh off the plantation. We was an agrarian people. We didn't have anything. And this is why Vietnam became more than a foreign policy. It became a race issue, a class issue, and a moral issue because black Americans were living through civil rights movement at the same time the war was escalated. So you taking our black boys who should be on the front line fighting for our civil rights, right, and voting rights, and you sending them off to war. Dr. King was still fighting for poverty and segregation and police brutality and economic injustice. So imagine being a black mother in America watching the government tell your son, not only do we want you to fight, but you have to fight. You better come down here or we're gonna put you in jail. You're going to Leavenworth, right? They're asking you, your son, to fight for freedom again for the same government that won't guarantee you safety, dignity, voting rights, housing rights, or even equal treatment under the law. And the draft was worse. During the war, you have working class, poor black men, right? Far more vulnerable to the draft. Black men overrepresented among those with fewer protections. In 1966, the secretary launched Project 100,000, and that lowered the military entry standards and brought hundreds of thousands of men who previously would have been rejected. And many of these men were poor, undereducated, had limited options. Black men were heavily represented among them, and the result was that the military took men from disadvantaged communities. They sent them to brutal war. They took the Puerto Ricans too. And they threw them in that jungle. You see, and this is where another one of the black Asian connections becomes important. The Vietnamese people, they hadn't enslaved black Americans. Vietnamese people hadn't written Jim Crow laws. The Vietnamese people hadn't segregated schools. They didn't do that. They hadn't put us through redlining. They hadn't lynched black men. They hadn't sick police dogs on us and turned water hoses on innocent men and children protesting racial discrimination. They didn't do that to us. And so on one hand, you're seeing all these black men over fighting. On the other hand, for freedom in a foreign land. And at the same time, you watching school teachers and children and grandmothers and old men getting hosed down by water hoses on the same channel. Black people fighting for freedom for the white man, and black people fighting the white man for their freedom. Okay? Now again, that doesn't mean every black soldier agreed with the anti-war politics, because our men fought valiantly, and they some volunteered. Okay, and many were rewarded. I did a broadcast several years ago about the black men who are awarded Purple Hearts and distinguished medals for their valiancy. Okay, but most of our brothers and our grandfathers and uncles, they served with courage and discipline and sacrifice. But the contradiction is real. America was asking black men to kill and die in Asia for freedoms that they were still trying to secure at home. And that contradiction also shaped how black soldiers saw themselves and how Asians saw black Americans. In Vietnam, black troops were not just soldiers. They carried the burden of America's racial hypocrisy. They were damn near fighting black. They were just fighting black America over there. You understand? That's who was on the front line. The white boys was in the back doing the paperwork, and the black dudes was on the front line. So who's doing the fighting? And so what's crazy is the Vietnamese noticed that. The Vietnamese propaganda was specifically designed to appeal directly to black soldiers by pointing out American racism. Okay, and at the same time, black soldiers were sometimes caught between loyalty to their fellow troops and anger at racism inside the military because they weren't treating them well. But I believe they had a lady, I forget what they call her, man. Oh God, there was an Asian lady who used to come on the broadcast when the soldiers, and they would say, "Hey GI, hey black GI," and all now, why you fight for the white man? I mean, they had all kind of stuff, all kind of psychological warfare, and they would broadcast that. I mean, the Vietnamese, they had the prostitutes working for them. Why you fighting for a white man? He don't like you. All kind of stuff, man. It was just, I forget the name of the Vietnamese propaganda chick that they had. Golly, and if we could, I could think of that name. I want to say, man, I'm so disappointed at myself. Vietnamese propaganda. Let me see if I can do that. Let me see if I can do that real quick. I don't want to get too far off track because I want to keep this thing pushing. You and me, same. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not gonna go there, but yeah, just look it up, man. Just look it up. And the thing is, man, black people, we knew what was up, and that's why you had movies like The Bloods. Okay, because we would give each other Tokyo Rose. Was it Tokyo Rose? Couldn't have been Tokyo Rose. Hanoi, Tokyo Rose. Well, either way, you know, and it's not like we were over there and it was a racial paradise. You still had the same white boys from the segregated South talking stuff to black men, Willis Addison, and that's why the fragging was so high. Because see, brothers was throwing grenades into their shout out to Willis Addison, soldier brother #1. Thank you so much. I got drafted 3 times in '66. Damn, bro. Volunteered for the U.S. Air Force, but still went to Vietnam. Damn, bro. Damn. Boy, you lucky to be alive. Golly. My man, I had to put this up real. Damn, they threw you in. God damn. But anyway, yeah, man. So this is what, so you got to deal with racism from your superiors. You over there killing brown people and Vietnamese, and they trying to kill you. You like, why am I fighting these people? And the white folk don't like none of us. You see what I mean? And it wasn't just a war between nations. It was a war between races. It was a war between empires, and black identity is smushed together in the middle. So when we talk about black people and Asians, okay, when we talk about that, it's a complicated relationship, isn't it? We was right there with the white man killing them. I just want you to understand that. So it's right there, okay. And then I'm just saying, okay, we might have been there involuntarily, but we did a good job when we were asked to do it. We didn't do like Captain David, did we? Well, no, we kept fighting. All right. But the other thing is, we can't act like the relationship only exists through immigration and dating and social media and anime and hip hop. Black men were in Asia in large numbers during Vietnam era, and they were fighting, dying, and questioning and resisting, and sometimes recognizing that people that they were ordered to fight look more like the oppressed than the oppressor. And so Vietnam forced Black America to ask a question that still echoes today. Why are we so often expected to fight for systems that don't fully fight for us? And now, to kind of segue that, and you know, there was a lot of black men that asked that question. And so the next section we're going to talk about is somebody most of you should have heard of, but many of you don't understand why he was famous. You all just think, oh, this is another famous old school boxer from back in the day. But Muhammad Ali meant more. He was bigger than boxing. Okay. Muhammad Ali was far bigger than boxing. I want y'all to check this video out.
Now on television. No, I will not go 10,000 miles from here to help murder and kill another poor people simply to continue the domination of white slave masters.
Times when a man refuses because of religious beliefs to go in.
So what I'm doing is, this is Muhammad Ali, young Muhammad Ali at the height of his boxing career. Okay, he's world champion. He's this is when they called him Cassius Clay, or right before this he won at Cassius Clay, and once he won, he called himself Muhammad Ali. And they were trying to draft him. They did the same thing to was it Joe Louis? Joe Louis got drafted, and you know he went in there. He did a little exhibition boxing and whatnot. And they let him out. But somebody said Hanoi Jane. That's the propagandist that they use. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Hanoi Hannah. But Muhammad Ali refused to go to the draft, and you know he was in Houston, Texas, and his case was tried right here at the courthouse where I go to all the time, the federal courthouse where I go to. And this is why Muhammad Ali was important in history of racial relationships and civil rights movement, because, you know, listen to what Ali has said. This is unfounded. This is a black athlete. They didn't talk like this back in the day. They were treated like, you know, bucks. Okay, they did what they were told to do. They were there to perform, not speak. Somebody say, shut up and box. That's what they were trying to say to him. All right. And Muhammad Ali was brash, and he was handsome, and he was well-spoken, and he was, and he said what he had to say. And at this point, he became a student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And so, you know, this is what he was saying. Listen to what he had to say.
Into the service and wear a uniform, the government will assign them to work possibly in a hospital, a federal hospital or something like this, as a civilian. Would you agree to this?
No, sir. I don't know. No, sir, I won't participate. No, sir, I'm a minister, preacher from the stand of rostrum. I'm not a marcher. But I will say here that I have in my press release that I've said it once and I will say it again. The real enemies of my people are right here, not in Vietnam. And we who follow the most honorable Elijah Muhammad take no parts in wars. As the Holy Quran teaches us, we take parts in no wars on the side of infidels or Christians or non-believers in Islam. No wars unless it's declared by Almighty God, Allah himself, or his messenger. So the thing is, what type punishment or what type persecution would I receive here in America for my religion? That's the whole point.
Well, Champ, if the Honorable Elijah Muhammad advised you to go into the service,
he don't advise us. He don't advise us nothing of what to do. This is a test that all Muslims go through.
So they were trying to get him to throw the Honorable Elijah Muhammad on the bus and say, Elijah Muhammad put you up to this, but he didn't. You see what I'm saying? So this is. I talked to you guys earlier about the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and that's why I brought him up. You all don't know how important the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was to the civil rights movement. He gave us Malcolm X. But for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, there would be no Malcolm X. There would be no Martin Luther. There would be no Muhammad Ali. There would be no Minister Louis Farrakhan. There would be none of these people, and all the great ministers and all the movements and all the black power. There wouldn't be no Black Panther Party but for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because they came after Brother Malcolm X, and he was under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, whether before or after, you see. So he departed. So this is what I need you all to understand. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad instilled self-love into black people. Love yourself, do for yourself. If you begin to look at books like Eat to Live, Eat to Live, Message to the Black Man, look in those books that were written decades ago, and they will tell you the same thing that some of your dietitians and some of your social scientists are saying right now. I'm just saying, okay? Whatever your religion may be, I'm a Christian, I'm a devout Christian, but you can't ignore what that man did. Now, they've tried to disparage him and say, oh, he had a whole bunch of wives and stuff like that, but he wasn't at Epstein Island, was he? How about that? You understand me? Same thing with some of our other great leaders. They ain't doing what some of these folk are doing. Some of these people, you know, them folks. You understand? But they'll throw you under the bus, and they're doing much more heinous and treacherous stuff. But let's go ahead and let the late great Muhammad Ali speak, and then I'm going to give you a breakdown of it more so.
As the Holy Quran teaches us, who is he to say that he believes and not be tried? We all must be tested and tried by Allah to see if we are sincere in faith, even if it means face machine gun fire. So I'm ready to die. Very powerful statement. So let me put the context in it for you. Remember what I gave y'all some dates?
I told you all that black men were dying in Vietnam at astronomical numbers. And so this is I believe it was in 1967. And mind you, Ali is at the height of his boxing career. He's making money. The world knows him. They stripped him of that. Okay. So Muhammad Ali, he was the one that presented that contradiction of the Vietnam War. And mind you, the world is looking. The Vietnamese are looking. The Asian world is looking. And he was the clearest voice for Black Americans at that time period regarding the war. It was April 28th, 1967. Ali appeared for induction into the United States Army in Houston, Texas, and during the height of the Vietnam War. It's 1967. They sending bodies back, by the plane load. Okay, at that time, over 10,000 men had died. Mind you, in 68, the following year, 17,000 soldiers were sent back in body bags. Okay, so it's at fever pitch. Okay. And when his name was called, he refused to step forward. He had already argued that he was a conscientious objector based on his religious beliefs as a member of the Nation of Islam, as a Muslim, but the draft system rejected the claim. His refusal became one of the most famous anti-war acts in American history because this black man from Kentucky, Mr. Muhammad Ali, wasn't some unknown protester. He was the heavyweight champion of the world. He was the most popular athlete in the world and one of the most visible black men on the planet. And he was willing to sacrifice his title, his money, his freedom, and his prime years of boxing, a career, then to go fight in the war he believed was morally wrong. And it wasn't like they were going to put him on the front line. They said, you're going to be in the hospital. You're going to do what Joe Louis did. And Ali's position was powerful because he said out loud what many black Americans were already thinking. Why should black men be sent to kill people in Vietnam when America hadn't even made peace with black people at home? And his famous argument was that the Vietnamese hadn't called me a nigger, or lynched me, or enslaved me, or segregated me, and denied me basic human rights. Whether people agreed with Ali or not, the moral challenge was impossible to ignore. He forced America to confront the hypocrisy of asking a black man of all people to fight for democracy overseas while you denying us dignity, equality, and safety right here and full citizenship in our homes. Okay, do we remember what happened to black men when they came home from Korea and they came home from World War II with their uniforms on? They were oftentimes assaulted and beaten. You understand what I'm saying? And so this is what they did to you. Don't even appreciate the sacrifice we made. So on June 20th, 1967, they convicted Muhammad Ali of draft evasion in Houston. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Okay, he was fined $10,000, a lot of money, and he was banned from boxing for 3 years. These are the prime years of his life. And while his case moved through the courts, the punishment wasn't just legal, it was political, it was economic. And Ali, his heavyweight title, his boxing license was suspended. He was kept out of the ring doing what should have been his physical prime of his career. He didn't go to prison because the appeals were pending. But the state still punished him for taking away his livelihood. So he was starving. They always go back and forth. We talk about Joe Louis, Ali and Frazier. Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier was friends. They was just putting on a show for us to sell tickets. They was putting on a show for us. Frazier and Ali were buddies. He used to give him money to help him get through tough times. Old cats. You see, they just put on a performance like we do for white folk. Oh yeah, these two angry Negroes, they best of friends when white folks ain't around, but they just putting on a show for them to sell tickets. Okay, but again, he didn't go to prison, and he couldn't pay for everything, so he had to get money from Joe Frazier and whatnot, and that's why him and Joe Frazier ended up being friends, and he gave him a couple of shots at the title. They were making money, but America didn't just try to draft his body. Okay. When he refused, they tried to destroy the man. And so the case went all the way up to the Supreme Court. You can look it up right now, Clay versus United States. And because Ali's legal name at that time was Cassius Clay, he was named after a famous white abolitionist who actually was pretty dynamic individual. I actually did a broadcast on that. But on June 28, 1971, the Supreme Court unanimously reversed his conviction. And the court didn't simply say Ali was a popular or politically correct. The legal issue was that the draft appeal board had denied him his conscientious objector claim without clearly stating the reason, and the government could not properly defend that denial. And so, the case turned on the government's failure to explain which ground it relied on when they rejected Ali's conscientious objector status. And Ali, it matters in this conversation because he connects Black America, Asia, empire, racial hypocrisy, and he understood that Vietnam War wasn't just about communism or foreign policy or patriotism. It was about whether Black men should be forced to fight people of color abroad while being mistreated by their own country at home. And his stand exposed the absurdity of American power, the same government that had only recently been forced to pass the Civil Rights Act in 19. We just got the right to vote. They just started treating us like full-fledged citizens. Now, I want to go back. It behooves me, and I don't want to get caught up in the weeds, but I must tell you that the Supreme Court justice who wrote the opinion was a former Klan member. I think his name was Justice Black. And one of his law clerks actually gave him a copy of Message to the Black Man, I believe. I forget, and all my brothers in the NOI can correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe it was one of his law clerks that gave him Message to the Black Man. He read it, and Ali's team had relied heavily on the Jehovah Witness, because the Jehovah Witness they said, well, hey, we are a religious group, and they didn't believe it, and so they were trying to discount the Nation of Islam because back then they called it a sect. They call it a something other than a religion. And so once they read that writing, and that's why it's so important to write. That's why Black people have always wanted to write. Black people have always wanted to be authors so we can tell our own story. Okay. And actually was written by Justice Porter Stewart. Okay. But as I recall, you had active or former members of the Ku Klux Klan in it. Okay. And it was one of those gentlemen, I want to say was Justice Black, and I don't want to mess it up, but he was the one that swayed everybody else, said we need to put a unanimous opinion because they can't even explain why they've indicted him. I mean, we did this for the Jehovah Witness. Why wouldn't we do it? This is a real religion. So anyway, that's what was going on with that. And again, Black men weren't just encountering Asia through travel and dating. Okay. This is another example of a war. Now let's kind of move on because we're going to kind of wrap this thing up. We are 4 hours in. I hope you all are learning something. I really, really hope you all are. I've put a lot of work into this, and I've been planning this for a long time, and I was just waiting for the right moment. But again, so the next thing we need to talk about, whether we talk about war, military presence, modern media, we need to start kind of talking about how we got to where we are. Let's go to the 70s and the 80s. I mean, if you want to see some good breakdancing, go to Japan, right? They are stuck in breakdance, hip hop, K-pop, right? Black American culture, and I've talked about that extensively on my broadcast. It's one of the most powerful exports of America had. Hip hop emerged in the 1970s. It became a major commercial force in the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. It spread around the world through music and videos and movies and fashion and dance and sports and advertising and now the internet. Okay, so by the time we get to the late 20th century, people across the world are learning about Black Americans through direct relationships, through images and their favorite rappers and athletes and comedians and soldiers, gangsters, entertainers, whatever. And that matters because the media can make people visible without making them understood. Okay. Black culture became global, but Black humanity didn't always travel with it. Okay, people around the world learn about our clothes and slang and music, and they walk like us, and they busting rap songs like us. They got attitude like us, right? You hear that lady said they're reading our books, they want our image, but they don't learn. They don't know anything about our history. They don't even know about our culture. They swear up and down we don't have one. Shout out to Alonzo Nunn. And they definitely don't know the struggle and the legal battles and the family stories and the regional differences. There's a big difference between somebody who speaks that Gullah Geechee out in South Carolina. I don't even know what they're saying. But then if you go somewhere like New Orleans and you go down there and speak to some of the people, hey, I don't know what the hell they're saying either. You see what I mean? But they're all speaking some variation of some form of English. So again, they can't put us all in one pot. So Black people became something people could consume and imitate and admire and fear and also misunderstand all at once. And so Japan is a perfect example of that contradiction. Japanese hip hop culture grew from the 1980s and became highly visible in the 1990s. Little did we know they had Japanese artists, dancers, DJs, fashion designers. Fashion drew heavily from Black Americans, or foundational Black Americans. Their scholars have written about the influence of hip hop on Japanese popular culture and why Japanese artists and fans have engaged so deeply in the Black culture, while others have copied the surface aesthetics without fully understanding the racial history behind them, you see? And so Japanese hip hop, I mean, they really got a thing. Japanese hip hop, it has specifically discussed Japanese performers and fans. They have adopted our speech patterns, our style, our visual presentation as part of their own performance. And that's where the problem comes in. Because see, when Black culture is exported through entertainment, the world receives Blackness as a performance. Black people become rhyme and confidence and sexuality and athleticism and toughness and coolness and danger and rebellion and physical power. And again, we like some of that, don't we? We like some of those. We like being Viltrumites. Don't get it twisted. We like them thinking that we're superior, don't we? We like that, huh? So can we admit that some stereotypes are good? That's why they think we real life Viltrumites. Okay. But it plays into the idea that Black people are built differently and move differently and survive differently and carry a kind of physical presence and that other people recognize immediately. We like that. But the same stereotype that can feel flattering on one side becomes dangerous on the other. If Black people are imagined as naturally stronger and tougher and faster and more aggressive and more sexual and more violent or more physically dominant, then people stop seeing you as an ordinary human being and they start seeing you as a threat. Your mere presence is a threat, especially a true Black man. Whether we talking about sports media, where they often describe Black people as raw athleticism and strength and speed, and I get the same thing. I'm up here at jiu-jitsu. They swear, "Oh, you're just strong." They tell my child, "You're just strong." Motherfucker, I've been here. My kids have been here 11 years. You think they haven't learned anything? You think they whooping at your butt just because they're strong? You think I'm whooping your butt just because I'm strong? I got a whole booklet of about 50 pages of notes about jiu-jitsu. It's not just because I'm strong, but they'll never give you credit for your intelligence. They love to do that. That's how they love to pitch Black Al. Oh, he's just now, it's instinct. Somebody type instinct in the chat. It's instinct. Like we hadn't thought this through. They don't praise us for our intelligence. They don't praise us for our discipline and our leadership. They call it instinct. You understand what I'm saying? Right? They don't give us credit for decision making. And so, research on sports media is repeatedly identified this pattern, including studies showing that Black athletes, often they frame them as physical ability and in some coverage, right? You look at that and that can go both ways, right? Because it's kind of associated with aggression and criminality. Shout out to NTZ Claw. And that matters because sports are one of the biggest ways the world sees Black men. Whether we're talking about basketball, football, boxing, track and field, combat sports, they've made Black male physical excellence visible across the globe. But when media separates black physical ability from black intellect and black discipline and black strategy and black fatherhood and black citizenship and black humanity, the result is not respect. It's mythology. And shout out to Zuick. Thank you so much. And people begin to admire the body while disrespecting the actual person. They praise the dunk, they praise the punch, the sprint, the dance, the voice, the style, the swagger, but they still carry the fear, contempt, and condescension toward the actual black people walking through their real life. And this is why that whole Viltramite joke is funny, but it's also revealing on the surface. It's just another internet joke comparing black people to some fictional alien race from, the Invincible, but beings who look human but are stronger, faster, tougher, and nearly impossible to destroy. But underneath that joke is a much older racial imagination. We are all the Yasuki. We are that black samurai that's 6'2", 2 feet taller than us, right? To them. All right, but it's the world has long imagined black people as these super physicals, stronger than normal, tougher than normal, more dangerous than normal, more sexual than normal, more animalistic than normal. And therefore, guess what? Less deserving of empathy because they're not real humans. You don't feel sorry for Superman, do you? And that's why black pain is minimized. That's why black fear is dismissed. That's why they don't feel sorry for you when you lose a relative. They don't feel sorry for you when you get hurt. They won't give you pain pill. Black women, they let you suffer in when you're giving birth. Black men, they don't treat you as well when you're in the hospital. They don't respect your humanity. Your anger, your righteous indignation is treated as a threat. I mean, black men are copied and desired and demonized at the same time. Same thing for black women. And so when somebody in Japan or elsewhere runs across a black person and reaches for that same old N-word stereotype, those stereotypes come from several places at once. They come from colonial racial hierarchies. They come from American military presence. They come from imported movies and crime dramas. They come from hip hop videos. They come from sports commentary. They come from porn, anime, memes, internet culture. But the final product is the same. Black people are reduced to an exaggerated idea instead of being treated as an individual human being. You see? And modern media belongs in this timeline. By the late 20th century, black culture is global, but anti-blackness has always become globalized through the same channels. And the world wanted our music, our fashion. They wanted our athletes. They wanted our language. They wanted our swag, our cool, our style. But it didn't want us as a people. You see? They didn't want our history. They didn't want our history of suffering and politics and political protest. They damn sure don't want our humanity. And so, and we end up in the modern moment where people can love black culture and laugh at black memes and copy black aesthetics and watch black athletes and still use anti-black language when they feel challenged by an actual black person standing in front of them. Okay? Now, the next thing I want to talk to y'all about, okay, because some of you brothers, let me put this back up here real quick. Okay, let me go ahead and let me get this. I want to put this back up here so you know what we're talking about. I want to make sure y'all listening. Okay? Okay. Did you see this before? Did y'all see that? Where my passport bros at? Shout out to all the passport bros. Are y'all listening? What does it say at the bottom? Somebody type Vietnam, Thailand, and Philippines. Okay? All right? You understand? Read, I'm watching you. Somebody type watching. Uncle D's watching you. All right, because Asia, look here. Listen now. 2024 through current day. Japan, Thailand, Philippines, South Korea, Vietnam, a lot of these Asian countries are dealing with the pressures of globalization and tourism and immigration and dating culture and social media and foreign men showing up. You heard the little Asian man say, we tired of you foreign men coming to our country. Leave our girls alone. They mad about it. Foreign men, they showing up. Passports in hand, one hand, something else in another. They got money and they got expectations. Okay? Now, some things you guys don't know, I'm going to show you. Did you know that you probably don't know that Japan has a problem that is near and dear to our heart? Look at this. I want you to
Japan has a single mother problem no one talks about. Here's why. In Japan, when parents divorce, only one parent can have legal custody. Joint custody doesn't exist. And in about 90% of cases, that custody goes to the mother. Once the divorce is finalized, fathers often lose any guaranteed right to see their children.
Did you hear the first part? Japan has a single mother problem. Do you hear me? They over there, them Japanese men over there dropping them babies off and moving along. You understand?
Visitation isn't automatic, and it's rarely enforced. Child support isn't strongly enforced either, so many mothers receive little or nothing. That's why so many single mothers in Japan end up raising children completely alone, working multiple jobs just to survive. So when people ask why...
I bet they out there doing something else, working too. Somebody type they working in the chat room. They out there working. They working out there. Yeah, they working out there, huh?
Japan has so many single mothers, it's not chaos or culture, it's the
single mothers what?
System itself. And that's why...
So they out there working. That's what he said. They're out there working, and them girls need a few dollars. Get some baby diapers and some formula for their babies, because the men rolled out on them. The poor little Japanese gals over there, they need a little help. Somebody type a little help in the chat room, okay? And we know, fellas, brothers, we know what you do. We know what you're doing over there. I'm watching you. I know what you're doing over there. We know y'all about that help. We know you gentlemen will help. You're generous. You're generous, aren't you? And you're not just doing it in Japan. And it ain't just black men. I just want you to know that. The white man is the original passport, bro. All right, let's give white man his credit. White man is the original passport, bro. He got everybody beat. He has spread his seed far and wide. Shout out to the white man. The white man has gone far and wide. He's been doing it a long time before black men were able to do it. But we know what you're doing over there. Okay, now let's go ahead and have a serious conversation, okay? Because we don't want to get distracted by any unnecessary diversions from this serious message. Okay, so I'm gonna move this out the way because y'all don't need to see that no more. We got the point. All right, we know what you're doing over there, brothers. Okay. Now, what you need to understand is that Japan is a major part of this because the country has seen a dramatic rise in foreign visitors. Y'all going over there. A lot of foreign residents. In 2024, Japan had 37 million foreigners come through these little islands. Okay. Breaking it, the previous record in 2019 was 32 million. So they had about, like 5 more million in 2025. The number rose again to 42 million. Y'all just what are y'all going over there for? What's going on in Japan that you 42 million, 43 million of y'all want to go over there and see what they're doing in Japan? What are y'all doing? What's going on over there? That's a lot. That's why they mad. They want you out of there. That's why they getting racial. They want you to get up out of there. Here's the cold part about it. At the same time, Japan's foreign resident population just passed 4 million. These are a bunch of little chain of islands. They're gonna get rid of y'all. Okay? That's damn near a 10% increase from the year before. And why does this matter? Because when the country that has historically seen itself as racially and culturally homogenous, that means everybody is the same, suddenly you got all these tourists. You got more immigrants, you got more foreign workers, you got more interracial relationships. They told you about that messing with their women. You heard a little angry Asian man, leave our women alone. You heard him say that. More foreign babies. You coming over there, you passport, you over there blackinating their babies. Somebody type blackinating. That's my word, copyright. You over there blackinating their babies. Okay, that's what you're doing. More content, foreign content creators, foreign babies, foreign filming everywhere, internet, tension going on the rise. And some of that tension is just ordinary. It's called that. You hear what that little age, go back, nigga, go back where you came. I don't get tired of looking at y'all. That's what the little Japanese woman said. She's about to Isukigari you and flip you over. That's what she's going to. She's about to put that judo on you. And of course, you're going to have bad tourists. And there's always nationalism. And there's always economic anxiety and resentment. And of course, racism. But we can't just talk about Japan. We need to talk about Thailand and the Philippines. Shout out to the passport bros. I know where y'all at. You over there in Thailand. Them some fine, dark black women over there. Them Thailand women are beautiful. Did you all see Rambo? Did y'all see Rambo when he came back after First Blood? Rambo 2? The lady that we all of us young men fell in love with in the 80s when we were teenagers. And Rambo's girlfriend, let me see if I can pull this up again, man. So imagine being 13 years old and Rambo 2 comes out. I think it's Rambo 2. And they send Rambo back. There wasn't no fine women in the first Rambo. But the second Rambo, they got smart. And they put a fine Thai woman in there. We found out she was from Thailand. We was like, ooh, that's what they look like over there. We didn't know they looked like that. I mean, let me see if I can get a good picture of this lady. You know, this movie came out in 1985, so I was 11. Okay, I'm 11 years old, and I'm going to the movies. I'm going to see Rambo. You know, it's Rambo. I ain't know. You know, we didn't have the internet. So there wasn't no whoever was in the movie was in the movie. You found out when you got there, other than the leading star. So we get to the movie, and Rambo got a girlfriend. And this Rambo girlfriend, we looking at her like, ooh, where she come from? you can't barely see it. And like, yeah, we like, and you know, Rambo ended up smashing that in the movie. And we was like, wow. I'm 11 years old. Should I be seeing this? This is her right here. I forget her name. Look at it. Just, ooh-wee. Yeah, buddy. Just cute, fine. I'm 11. My cousin's 7. We not even supposed to be in the damn movie. But you know, back in the day, they had very loose movie restrictions. As long as you can get in there and pay and shut up and be quiet, nobody bother you. But the bottom line is we like Thailand. That's where they at, Thailand. And some of these men grew up, became passport bros, and they went to Thailand. They over there right now. I know they are. They over there. I'm going to talk to them in a minute. But again, like I said, we can't just talk about Thailand and the Philippines because those countries are part of the same modern conversation about black men, Asian women, tourism, dating, sex tourism, okay? And that's important to talk about. You over there right now, you want to know why they tired of you? Y'all want to know why they mad? Huh? I told y'all earlier, the white man been going over there for hundreds of years. Okay? And then y'all decided to go over there. See? And y'all went over there, and this is what you did. You're over there being Viltrumites. And we know what Viltrumites do. They come in and they conquer and they impregnate women and they outbreed the normal population, the local population. That's what they do. And that's what y'all doing. And that's creating some of the tension that you see going on. That's why I know what you're doing. I see me pointing at, I'm pointing at you. Okay? We know what you're doing. See that finger right there? Oh, that's for you passport bros. I want you to remember that. That's what we know. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing over there right now. I'm watching. Okay, so again, Thailand, Philippines, right now. Everybody who's in Thailand right now, let me know in the comments section. But these have long been major destinations for Western men seeking relationships, quote unquote, and companionship, nightlife, okay? And sometimes straight up sex tourism. And let's not act brand new. 24, 25, and 2026, there was a whole lot of black men sitting in Thailand at the airport in the Philippines. And right now with a fine Thai woman, a Filipino woman, Asian girl. They laid up. Sit right now. They watching this video. I know you watching this video with your head back on the pillow. And I want all y'all to know to do something for me right now. Just look over at her like that. Don't say anything. Don't say nothing. Just look over at her and nod your head. She don't speak English no way. She sleep. Okay? She sleep. Don't wake up. Just look over and give her a little nod. Say, yeah. Just say, yeah. Then it said you was right here. You see? That's what I want y'all to do. Okay? Because y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, we can joke about it, but there's a serious point underneath it because black men are increasingly visible in parts of Asia, not only through the military, and sports, music, and entertainment, but also through travel and dating and YouTube channels, and passport bro culture and sex tourism and economies. And that changes the way people see us. And in some places, black men are admired and desired and also fetishized and feared and presented a stereotype all at the same time. And there's some Asian women that may see black men through attraction and curiosity. There's some Asian men who see you as competition, they're insecure about it, and they have resentment towards you, and they might see you as a threat. In some of these local communities, they may see foreign men generally as walking wallets. They see you as social disruptions. They see you as exploiters or outsiders. And some black men, if we're being honest, don't always help the situation, fellas. I heard y'all was over in Thailand fighting over them hookers. I mean, those ladies of the night. That's what I heard. I heard y'all was over there boxing in the street, fighting over the ladies. That's not a good look. You're not being good ambassadors. You're being bad. Okay, bad guests. And you didn't help the situation. Okay, when you show up overseas, cutting up and acting a fool, like America just exported the worst version of ourselves. Thailand especially is important because it's sex tourism is the reputation that goes back for decades. Even though prostitution is restricted by law, Thailand has long been associated with international sex and tourism, especially in places like Bangkok, Phuket, and Pattaya. Okay. And they even got sex tourism literature. It describes sex tourism as part of the broadened pattern of travel and inequality and transnational sexual economy. Again, if it's legal, I get it. I understand. But this is your reputation. Okay. And so wherever you go, you've been an ambassador. Same thing with the Philippines. And we can go to South America, Colombia, Brazil, Dominican, but we own Asia right now. Today is your day. Asians, it's your day today. Okay, because we can talk about the fact, Philippines has this, and we get that, but this is what y'all allow over there. And so if you open up the buffet, it's all you can eat buffet. You can't be mad when the big people show up. They want to eat all they can. Okay, it's a lot of big people coming over there. They ain't ate like that in a long time. Okay, so they over there eating. They eating everything available. They just delicious. Man, this is great. Pass me some of that. That's soy. Give me some more of that. They over there eating everything. eating everything they can. All right. They over there talking. They say foreign men travel to Southeast Asia talking about traditional women and submissive women and better women or escaping Western women. And you know we're gonna be honest, right? They not dating all of them. Some of them might be dating. Some of them might be doing business, doing a little monkey business. Sometimes some marriage. I get that. It's some sincere interest, and I support them. I hope you find the woman of your dreams. Sometimes you just over there just to go ahead and smash. We know where you're over there. You're over there smashing. You got your passport in one hand and your manhood in another one. Okay? And see, this is where Black and Asian dynamic gets complicated. Black men aren't the original or only foreign men participating in these spaces. White men, European men, and Australian men, Korean men, Chinese men, Japanese men, Arab men, men from all over the world are participating in the Asian sex tourism dating economies for decades. It's more of them than us. But because Black men already carry these global stereotypes about sexuality, physicality, masculinity, and danger, their presence in these spaces get read differently. You are Viltrumites. The Viltrumites have come over here to bang the women. Okay, a white man in Thailand, he might be seen as an old retiree or sex tourist or an exploited foreigner. That's what he is. But a Black man, you are a Viltrumite. You've come over here with your Viltrumite ways, and you've come to take over. Okay, and he gonna be seen. Black men might be seen as all of that plus the imported racial mythology attached to Black male bodies, and that's why the modern period matters between 2024 and 2026. Asia is receiving more foreigners and more tourists and more interracial couples and more immigrants and more online content, more social media narratives than ever before. Japan is dealing with record tourism. Thailand, Philippines are dealing with long-standing sex tourism and trafficking and concerns and men turning local women into content. And Black people are moving through all wild, carrying each stereotype, and the world already has some about us. And so when you see racial tension in modern Asia, we should not pretend that it came from nowhere. It comes from immigration, anxiety, tourism, pressure, economic inequality, military history, media stereotypes, sex tourism, passport bro culture, interracial desire, racial fetishization, and plain old anti-blackness. And that's why that viral moment, went global. Okay, now, again, some of you all may not remember where we started. Let me first start off where we started just so we can know where we at. Okay, I want you all to know. We started with the fact that you got a lot of folks, they referring to Black folk as Viltrumites. Okay, we are Viltrumites now, just so you can know.
Whispers back in the field. Look, the internet is officially tripping. A new viral wave of posts from Japanese social media has hit the loo, and apparently, folks over in the land of the rising sun think Black people are straight up superhuman.
That's what they think you. That's what they think you are, right there. Look at that.
We ain't talking about just good at basketball either. We talking about might die if they punch me once strength. They out here thinking every dude from Northside is a secret character in Tekken.
Look how they got Dr. Martin Luther King. But why they do Dr. King like that?
The God mode or just ignorance. The T is this. Because Japan is so isolated, and most of the Black people they see are either NBA superstars, Olympic sprinters, or anime characters like Yasuke. The local vibe over there is that we're built different.
But we got some fat Black ones down here in Texas. We got some chubby ones, some short ones. We got some bad built ones. We got someone with little pointy heads and someone with egg heads too. We should send someone over there so they won't think that all of us are superior like that. So kind of dispel it a little bit. Let's keep it going.
Like biologically enhanced? I caught up with some residents over a natural bridge to see how the Lou feels about being recruited for the Avengers. D, did you hear? They think you got super...
And we like these stereotypes, don't we? We like them thinking of us as invincible, right? We like that, right? We do like that. But see, what we don't like, okay, this is the thing that we don't like. What we don't like is the negative stereotypes that also go along with that. And so this is kind of where we went next. Okay.
We don't fucking care who you are. No, I am a.
I don't care who you are. You hear the little Asian lady? You called me an N-word. You called
me a nigger. Do not call me a nigger. We don't fucking care who you are. No,
she's sitting there with her little blonde wig on.
I am a Nigerian American. Do not call me a nigger. Go try that.
You ain't gonna do nothing in Japan, baby. She gonna be whatever you want her to be in Japan. The little Japanese put you in jail. But
we don't fucking care. Go try your stuff. She said you bitch.
She said, go in there and try on your stuff. Get out of my face. Because I look again, right? We can't look at this in isolation. All right. That's the thing I need you to understand.
She just stood over here, and I said nobody told me this. And
you think she ain't the only Japanese person that has developed these anti-black sentiments? You know, it didn't just happen. Look, she probably got a black boyfriend. Look at her. Let's take a look at her. Look carefully. I want to look at her a little bit more. Let's look at this little Japanese lady a little bit more. Let's look at that. She probably been dabbling in the watercolor. I can see that happening. But let's go ahead and finish. So this is where we ended up.
This is not a fucking unit. Go try your stuff or not. But you called me a nigger and you called me a bitch. I wanted to call you.
I mean, she could have just started with bald headed. Why'd you have to go straight to the N-word? Damn, just went straight to the racial epithets. That's just so sad. I mean, can we get warmed up first? Can I be a bald headed broad first? And my girl got the Coachella sweater on and whatnot. The little Asian Japanese lady don't give a damn. Then she just let 3 of them fly just like that. Just 3 of them. Damn. And so that's where we ended up. That's how we got where we are today. Japanese Twitter says black people are Viltrumites, and black people thought that was funny and they were laughing and all that. And so me being, the spoiled sport that I am, I'm going to come piss in your Coke. I will rain on your parade. Since we were laughing at that, I said, oh, well, let's talk about this other stereotype. And that's how we ended up where we are today. Okay. Now, of course, I have some more things to say. I have I want to round this thing out with a close, but I want to thank all you all who contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. We have 416 people in the chat room. And of course, as you know, we had a couple of trolls in here tonight, so they messed it up for everybody. I had to throw the subscriber button on. So anybody who wants to subscribe, you can talk, but everybody else has to just watch. You're going to hate watch for real, and you won't even be able to comment. And that's your fault. You shouldn't have done that to Uncle D. Y'all should have just played nice, and you could have kept on talking. But you guys, I want to go ahead and thank the people who contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I had to pay Roman's goddamn oil change. He said, Daddy, he calling me up. I'm thinking he got stopped by the police or something because he never calls when he's gone. He's all like, Daddy, send me $130. What? Send you $130? Like, you told me you was going to get your oil change, and then he hit me up for the $130. No, man. Hell no. But I had to give it to him, because he was in the line. But anyway, yeah, this Cash App is something else. Shout out to Patricia Hightower, thank you so much. And Johnny Johnson, I appreciate you. And Think and Grow, thank you so much. AB, thank you all. Tariq Rushton, thank you. Christopher White, Michelle Edwards, good looking out to all of you guys. Judy Brown, thank you for the Cash App. Let's go ahead and read these Super Chats and memberships. Let's see here. We have, hey, Jag, thank you for your constant, consistent history. That's all I do. I teach aggressive history over here. I teach history to hit you in the face with it. Okay, that's what I do with the history. I'm like, yeah, with the history. Okay, because if you don't understand your history, where you've been, you won't understand where you're going. And I try to put everything in context so we can have intelligent conversations when it comes to these complicated subjects. And really, the answer is right there in the history. And it's really, I think it's a true blessing to be able to do this. It's just wonderful to be able to speak to thousands of people at night, during the day, in the morning, and you all can look at this. You can chop it up and look at the videos. This is pretty cool. But thank you so much for acknowledging me. I appreciate you, and thank you, Ms. Tamara Davis. Also, member for 2 months, K-AO Skew. Thank you for the happy face and appreciate your membership. Fuquan, my man, thank you for the super sticker. Also, Tyler Taylor Shine. Definitely learning something tonight. Thank you. Appreciate you. Also, Fuquan for the $5 super sticker. Understanding 15K. Thank you for the $2. Brawlick Sean, thank you for the $9.99 super sticker. Fuquan, thank you again, brother. Timing, J.A. Timing, or Ja Timing. Uncle D is a legend. Good looking now, family. Also, 562 Canary. Uncle D, you're a legend. Appreciate all you do. Thank you so much, man. Our family, I appreciate you too. Dwight Robinson said, gift, 1 Dennis Furlan podcast membership. Good looking out, man. New member, thank you, Jat. Timing again, new member. My man, Mark the Freelancer, ain't been here. If the Yamato men want to stop us from getting that yellow cake, there's always one. See, he been here a long time, so they subject to say crazy stuff. If the Yamato man want to stop us from getting that yellow cake in the plastic bag due to yellow fever, take it from our cold Viltramite hand. Boy, that's why they don't like you now. That's why they don't want you in the country no more. You over there with you over there. We know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. And you know I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I ain't gonna say nothing else, but shout out to you and shout out to Fuquan. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Fitzgerald 2417. Thank you so much for the $10 super sticker. Also, Willis Addison, Soul Brother #1 was the chant they used. All right, that's cool. Good looking out. Thank you for telling me that. I got drafted 3 times in 1966 and 1960. That's crazy, bro. How can they draft you? I thought you only got once. I volunteered for the U.S. Air Force, but still ended up in Vietnam. Oh, man. Well, thank you for what you did for us and your great sacrifice, and I'm glad you made it back. Alonzo Dunn, because I'm here and your time is valuable, brother. Always interesting. Good looking out, man. I hope you all, did you learn something? Did anybody, if you learned something, type I learned in the chat room. If you learned something, type I learned in the chat room. That lets me know that my work and my effort being here almost 5 hours in the 6 hours altogether, or should I say 3 or 4 hours that it took on top of that to get this together, it lets me know that my work is important. If you learn something, just let me know I learned something. Also, what did you learn the most? I want to read those comments. What did you learn the most? I mean, what stood out, okay, in this session? One thing you don't want is people afraid of you. Yeah, you don't want people afraid of you, because they're afraid of you. They'll get excessive with what they feel is defense. Zahook said, but we invented everything. Thank you so much. Storyteller, thank you for the super sticker. We got 25 super chats. That'd be great. I think the most super chats I've ever had at once was 50, and we got 25. So that's pretty cool. Appreciate it, man. I just appreciate everybody who learned something. Also, Fuquan, thank you again for the super sticker. Benjamin Games, thank you. And also Phil, thank you so much. I appreciate all of you guys. They saying I learned. Okay, y'all learn. That's really all I can ask. Anyway, let's go ahead and do this. So now we walk through this timeline, and the point should be clear. This conversation is not just about one viral conversation, or confrontation at that Zara store in Tokyo. It's not just about one woman allegedly using the N-word, allegedly. It's about whether it's not just about whether that woman was Japanese or Chinese or Korean or something else, and it's not even about the other woman who was, as she said, a Nigerian American, realizing in real time that anti-blackness doesn't care about her preferred identity label or nation. This is about something much bigger. This is about the long global history of how Black people have been seen and feared and copied and admired and stereotyped and desired and resented and misunderstood. Because, when you look at the full history and the pieces start to connect, whether we talk about Yasuki, the first Black samurai way back in the 16th century, or European colonialism, it shows us how hierarchies were exported across the world, whether we talk about Captain David Fagan, you know, who wasn't a captain until he went to the other side and joined the Filipinos and they made him a captain. But bottom line is that situation shows us that Black Americans and Asians have crossed paths through war and empire and shared struggle. The U.S. military presence in Japan shows us how America exported not only its power, but also its racial contradictions. The Vietnam War showed us the hypocrisy of sending Black men who were not even full citizens at that time, or just got their rights, to fight people who are also Black and brown and colored abroad, while Black people were still fighting for freedom in at home in the United States. Muhammad Ali shows us what it looks like when a Black man refuses to participate in that hypocrisy. And the modern media shows us how the world can both love Black culture while still disrespecting Black people. And the modern tourism, immigration, dating, sex tourism, passport bro culture, it shows us that Black and Asian encounters today are still being shaped by race, sex, money, power, desire, insecurity, and stereotypes. And that's why the internet can't handle this conversation properly. The internet wants everything to be reduced to a clip and a meme and a reaction and a hot take and a flag and an emoji or a comment section. The internet wants to know who was right and who was wrong, who started it, who said the word, who got embarrassed, who got exposed, and who can turn the moment into, content the fastest. But history doesn't work like that. History moves much slower. We started 500 years ago and we still making history now. See, history asks where the word came from, how the stereotype traveled, who taught people to think that way, who benefits from the division, and why the same racial ideas keep showing up in all these different countries, different languages, and different centuries where we haven't even been on a consistent basis. And see, that's the real lesson here. Anti-blackness isn't just an American problem. It became a global language. It travels through colonialism, media, war, migration, entertainment, sports, beauty standards, school systems, social media, dating markets, everyday assumptions. And that's why someone thousands of miles away from Black America, who aren't even Black Americans, know exactly which racial insult to use when they see a Black person that they want to degrade. And they may not know our history or our families or our communities, but they know our internal differences. Okay? And somehow they know that slur. And somehow they know the stereotype, and somehow they know how the world has been trained to reduce Black people. And this also is a message to the Black diaspora. Y'all been catching hands from me all week. We can have our differences, and we definitely need to debate lineage and ethnicity and nationality and culture and immigration and history and identity. Those conversations matter. I want you to be absolutely certain. Foundational Black Americans are our own separate ethnic group and our own identity and our own ethnogenesis. And we are not Nigerians. And just like Nigerians are not Jamaicans, and Jamaicans are not Haitians, and Haitians aren't Ghanaians, and Ghanaians aren't Afro-Latinos, everybody has their own story, and we don't need to erase those distinctions to tell the truth. But we also need to understand, stop pretending that these internal distinctions automatically protect you from those external anti-blackness that you thought you were better than because you weren't, one of us Akatas, okay? Or one of us Black people who are former slaves. They don't. Because see, when anti-blackness pops up its ugly head, it usually doesn't ask for your passport. It doesn't care what your tribe is. It doesn't ask what your language is or who your parents are. It doesn't even care what your education level is, how much money you have. It doesn't ask whether you're an immigrant born, first generation, second generation. That lady didn't ask her if she was an American She assumed she was an African. She could look at her and tell the difference between her and a black American. They've been looking at us for since goddamn 60s and 70s. You don't think they can tell the difference between who's a black American and who's not? If I'm in a room with 15 Nigerians, you don't think they'll be able to figure out, okay, that dude right there, he's a black American. I can tell. Hell yeah. They know the difference between us. They can listen to me talk and tell I'm not Nigerian or Ghanaian or any of that. Okay? They don't care if you're immigrant born, Caribbean born, African born, or descended from foundational black Americans in the United States. It doesn't ask if you're a doctor, lawyer, engineer, student, tourist, soldier, athlete, content creator, or business owner. It sees black first, and then it acts accordingly. So yes, we can laugh at the Viltramite jokes. We can laugh at the idea the Japanese Twitter thinks black people are built like Omni-Men or Supermen. We can joke about black men sitting in Thailand or the Philippines right now with a fine Asian woman, hopefully with a big wide booty and some big old breasts sitting up there like cassava melons enjoying themselves. I hope you're doing that, brother. It's all fun and games, right? Right? I got you, didn't I? Got you. You didn't know that was coming. I know you're laughing. I know y'all laughing right now. That's humor. But that's part of how we as foundational black Americans survive. We laugh at the tragedies. But after we laugh, we still have to tell the truth, okay? And the same world that admires black strength and fears black, it also fears black people. In the same world that copies black culture will disrespect black humanity. It's the same world that desires black bodies but refuses to respect black dignity. And that's why that woman got called the N-word with her Coachella sweater on, hoodie. And that's why this episode is not just about reacting. That's why I didn't just come on here and say, oh my God, she's horrible. I didn't do that. You see? It's about understanding. That's what I wanted you all to do. Shout out to Judy Brown. Shout out to Miss Gibson. She said I tagged you. Thank you, baby. Because if we only react, we stay trapped in the viral moment. But if we understand, we can see the pattern. And once we see the pattern, we can stop being surprised when the same old anti-blackness shows up wearing a new outfit, speaking a new language, standing in a whole new country, or trending under a new hashtag. The internet will always simplify things, but history never does. This is Uncle D. I love you all. I appreciate everybody. Please like, share, and subscribe to this broadcast. I certainly do hope you all appreciate it. I look forward to reading the comments section. And as I always say at this time, man, I'm out.
Dennis Burling Podcast. Hit the like button, subscribe.
Mm-hmm.